Honourable members, the prayer. Lord, the God of righteousness and truth, grant to our King, to his government, to members of the Legislative Assembly, and to all in positions of responsibility the guidance of your Spirit. May they never lead the province wrongly through love of power, desire to please, or unworthy ideas, but laying aside all private interest and prejudice, keep in mind their responsibility to seek to improve the condition of all. Amen. Please be seated.
Introduction of visitors.
Honourable members, it's my great pleasure to introduce to you a guest in the Speaker's Gallery. He is a well-known member of this, former member of this Assembly, Mr. Darren Billis. Please rise and receive the warm welcome of the Assembly.
Introduction of guests.
Also, honourable members, joining Mr. Billis in the Speaker's Gallery today are two of his colleagues from TELUS who were packing packs for kids earlier today at the Federal Building. I know that a number of you had the opportunity to join them. Please rise and receive the warm welcome of the Assembly, Gabriela Gonzalez and Katie O'Neill. The Honourable the Minister of Indigenous Relations has an introduction.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's my pleasure today to introduce to you and through you some dear friends of mine, Tasha Huppert, a renowned writer, filmmaker, and professor at the University of Alberta, and Jade Tututsi's impact producer for Tasha. Tasha directed the powerful and moving documentary that I saw last night, Singing Back the Buffalo. Thank you for being here today, and please rise and receive the warm welcome of the Assembly.
The Honourable Member for Edmonton South. The Honourable Member for Edmonton South. No, yes? It's up to you. Do you have
sorry,
one?
I don't have. No.
Neither of you? Okay. The Honourable Member... Sorry. Okay, now I'm confused. Do you have an introduction or no?
Southwest.
Southwest. Okay.
Southwest. Is that me? Okay.
Sure.
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It is my pleasure to introduce to you and through you dedicated educators who have positively shaped countless number of students through decades of service. Leona Gordy, former principal of Bissett, Inglewood, and Constable Daniel Woodall Schools, and Judy Taves, principal of Prince Charles Schools. Please rise and receive the warm welcome of this Assembly.
The Honourable Member for Cypress Medicine Hat.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's a pleasure to rise and introduce to you Paul Caroline. Paul is with Halo Air Ambulance Service, has served since 2018, recently appointed to the Ministry of Public Safety and Emergency Services Search and Rescue Advisory Committee. He is a passionate advocate in this realm, and as well as the passionate advocate for the EMS Advisory Committee he was on last year. Please rise and receive the warm welcome of the House.
The Honourable Member for Calgary-Falconridge.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to introduce to you and through you to all members of the Assembly, Swinder Singh Kothra, with his family who runs Jag Punjabi Media, who has spent decades contributing positively to those around him. He follows developments in the local Sikh community and uses platform and network to speak on the social, political and religious issues they face. Please rise to receive the warm welcome of the Assembly.
The Honourable Member for Edmonton Millwoods, the official opposition House Leader.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It is an honour to rise and introduce to you and through you Kamal Guman and Navnur Guman, father-daughter duo and local business owners who do incredible community work through the Sanja Culture Association here in Edmonton. By supporting and organizing local sports, cultural and other social events, they bring people together of all ages. And I ask that Kamal and Navnur rise and receive the traditional warm welcome of the Assembly.
The Honourable Member for Calgary Varsity.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to introduce to you and through you and all members of the Assembly Simon Coots, Sam Pollock, and Robert Winter. They're all speed skaters who have trained and competed and won at the Olympic Oval and internationally. I ask that they rise and receive the traditional warm welcome of the Assembly.
The Honourable Minister of Children's Services.
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I'd like to introduce to you and through you and to the rest of the members of the Assembly some fantastic residents from Stony Plain. Melanie Loynes, Town Councillor for the town of Stony Plain, and her son Shane. Please rise and accept the warm welcome of this House.
The Honourable the Government House Leader.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's my honour to rise and introduce to you and through you members of the United Irrigation District from my constituency of Carson-Siksika. They're up here today having meetings with ministers about the importance of irrigation and agriculture in Alberta. I ask them to please rise and receive the warm welcome of this Assembly.
The Honourable Member for Edmonton Decore.
Mr. Speaker, it's my pleasure to rise and introduce you and through you to the members of the Assembly, engaged citizens of Edmonton Decore, and a very good friends of mine, Janet Ladish, Linda Lindsay, Jeff Angelstad, Tina, and Dennis Demonstration. I ask to rise and receive the traditional warm welcome of the Assembly.
The Honourable Member for Calgary Northeast.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to introduce to you and through you my parents who are visiting from India. My dad, Gurmeet Singh Brar, who is a chief pharmacist with Government of Punjab and a marathon runner. He is also joined by my mother, Jaspal Kaur Brar, who is a retired lab technician. I owe a lot of gratitude to both of them and their hard work. I ask them to please rise and receive the traditional warm welcome of the Assembly.
Are there others? The Honourable Member for Slave Lake.
Mr. Speaker, it's an honor to rise today and introduce to you and through you my brother-in-law who snuck in here again today. He is an avid Oiler fan, and I feel really bad because he came all this way to meet Hunter and got the date wrong, but I'm excited that I might be able to introduce him at a later date. So please rise and accept this rose.
Are there others? Seeing none.
Material statements. Member statements.
The Honourable Member for Calgary Varsity has a statement to make.
Countless Olympians from around the world have trained at the Olympic Oval, which is situated at the University of Calgary, right in the middle of Calgary Varsity. International athletes and coaches clamor to use the world's fastest ice, and thousands of people come to see local, national, and global competitions at the Oval every year. The Faculty of Kinesiology is #1 in North America and uses the Oval facilities to conduct cutting-edge research. However, almost 40% of the Oval's programming is for the community. It's where my kids and countless others in the community learn to skate. Since the Oval was built for the 1988 Olympic Games, it's had an economic impact of more than $170 million. But a sense of doom hangs over the Oval. Its highly specialized ice-making equipment is on the brink of failure. Like much of the infrastructure in Alberta, the Oval systems are at the end of their lifespan. The Oval has a $52 million redevelopment plan. That's a lot of money. And yes, every facility across Alberta could use more funding, but consider that every international championship at the Oval generates millions of dollars of economic activity, and it brings pride in our community. And as for the impact on families and kids who have learned to skate there, fallen in love with physical activity, or gained confidence in a sport, well, as they say, it's priceless. The calculation is clear. We can't let the Oval, a one-of-a-kind Alberta gem, slip through our fingers. The Oval has given us so much, now it needs our help urgently.
The Honourable Member for Chestermere Strathmore.
Mr. Speaker, Alberta's economy is rapidly growing and diversifying. To remain competitive and reach our full potential, we need more apprentices and graduates with an education in the skilled trades. I'm pleased to share that Alberta's government is firing on all cylinders to create opportunities in the trades and help students succeed in the economy of tomorrow. In February, the Minister of Advanced Education announced $24 million per year over the next 3 years to create 3,200 apprenticeship seats at 11 post-secondary institutions in the province. I'm a proud SAIT grad, and according to David Ross, president at SAIT, by increasing access to world-class trades training, this funding will advance careers in areas critical to Alberta's growth. This means more opportunities for students to earn while they learn as apprentices in high-demand programs that lead to jobs. In April, the same minister established a historic partnership with the International Union of Operating Engineers Local 955. Under a new pilot program, Alberta's government will provide $350,000 in funding to support them in delivering training for a crane operator program. The pilot program will take place at its training facility just north of Edmonton and will support Albertans pursuing this valuable apprenticeship education. Canadians are choosing to move to Alberta in record numbers, and that means we need more crane operators to grow our infrastructure and get more housing built. Last week, the same minister announced $12.9 million to expand the SimTac at the Red Deer Polytechnic. This will create more opportunities for students to gain hands-on work experience and more opportunities for students in industry to collaborate and solve challenges. Mr. Speaker, Alberta's government is committed to supporting students and the needs of our growing economy, and that's why we're working across government to establish new pathways for student success and encourage more Albertans to begin rewarding careers in the skilled trades. Thank you.
The honourable member for Edmonton Decore.
A week ago, I had the honor to join Killarney Junior High School as they celebrated their 21st Taste of Middle East cultural event. In a room full of parents, teachers, students, former parent council members, and retired educators, a former parent council member reminded me that the school used to have 400 at maximum compared to the current 600 student population. Over the weekend, a constituent who teaches English as an additional language in another junior high school in Edmonton Decore reminded me that her class size grew from 16 to 34. 2 weeks ago, I reached out to several schools. Two schools in my riding are losing their lunch program this month. Mr. Speaker, I represent a constituency that has a median income that is $10,000 less compared to the provincial average, a constituency that has 4% higher lower income population than the provincial average. This government had all the opportunities to address these difficulties. However, this government failed to table a single solution to address these challenges. They failed to propose a single bill to address affordability, a single bill to address the housing crisis, a single bill to manage class sizes or class complexity, a single bill to tackle Albertans experiencing wildlife evacuations as early as May. Instead, this government tables many bills as tools to fight with everyone. They picked a fight with Albertans on their pensions in Bill 2, a fight with democracy in Bill 20, a fight with universities and municipalities in Bill 18. The question remains, when will this government wake up and realize that they were supposed to serve Albertans? When will they make life less difficult, more affordable, better quality education for kids, and more accessible for family physicians? One single question from my constituency: when?
The honourable member for Vermilion Lloydminster Wainwright.
Mr. Speaker, this February, the MLA for Cypress Medicine Hat and I returned from a trip to meet with Oregon State House representatives and senators. We discussed our shared opportunities and struggles as joint members of the Pacific Northwest Economic Region, or PNWER, which also includes Washington State, Idaho, Montana, Alaska, British Columbia, Saskatchewan, as well as the Northwest Territories and the Yukon. PNWER is a not-for-profit that was created in 1991 as a joint venture to cater to the enhancement of the economic well-being and the quality of life of all the citizens of the region. This would be done by identifying and promoting models of success, exchanging information, enhancing our region's competitiveness, and leveraging our influence in Ottawa and Washington, D.C. During our trip, we met with numerous representatives from Oregon's government on all sides of the political spectrum to discuss the potential for Alberta to work more closely with them on common interests, including the development of additional hydrogen infrastructure, agricultural trade, and tourism. We also spoke with government leaders about many of the great obstacles that all of us across the region are facing. This includes energy security, healthcare, emergency services, public safety, and substance abuse. One thing for sure, Mr. Speaker, many of the struggles faced by folks all over the PNWER region are shared struggles, and many of the goals are shared goals. It is an honour and a source of pride to represent the Government of Alberta within PNWER and to promote this province that I care so much about. It also gives me great joy to see how Alberta is so well positioned to be a major player in this region. It is crucial that we continue to develop our natural resources and use the talents and entrepreneurial spirit of Albertans to meet the needs of the PNWER region and the world beyond. This success will provide the framework to continue to make Alberta the best place in the world to live, work, and raise a family. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Calgary Elbow.
Speaker, in 2016, the idea of a massive pipeline expansion to Tidewater to move Alberta oil to the rest of the world was nearly dead. A pipeline to Tidewater lacked public consensus. Some questioned if the environmental impacts were manageable, and others wondered if we could do it while still acting on climate change. Yet the pipeline was necessary. Albertans, as owners of the resource underground, depend on the government to maximize its value. We needed a pipeline to move our products to market and get paid what we deserved for it. Mr. Speaker, the NDP Premier got to work. She lobbied the federal government. She held town halls in Ontario. She moved public opinion from coast to coast, and she convinced the federal government to buy the pipeline from its owner and commit to expanding it. Let's think about for a second what a major accomplishment this was. The last federal Conservative government attempted to bulldoze opposition, and as a result, we lost the Northern Gateway to Kitimat. Gone. Jason Kenney decided that building one-third of a pipeline was good enough. So he burned $1.2 billion of Albertans' money on Keystone XL, which didn't even have its nationwide Permit 12, a critical American construction permit. Built, then dug up, the hole filled in. It was the Turkish Tylenol of pipeline projects. Pipelines are hard to build now, both in the U.S. and Canada. Northern Gateway, dead. Dakota Access, late and over budget. Atlantic Coast, dead. Mountain Valley, rescued by an act of Congress. But an NDP Premier got one built, and she did it working with the federal government. Not one word of gratitude from the members across the aisle to the former Premier. Not a single acknowledgement that we sometimes get what we need when we negotiate for it. Not a single word of thanks to the federal government or to the rest of Canada who worked with Alberta to achieve this nation-building milestone. So I'll say it. Through you, Mr. Speaker, thank you to the Leader of the Opposition and to the Canadian government for doing the hard work the UCP or Conservatives couldn't.
The Honourable Member for Calgary Foothills.
This government has made it clear they are not in support of post-secondary institutions and certainly not in support of academic freedom. I've stood in this House and asked the Minister how, in good faith, they can stand in support of a bill that challenges academic freedom and risks Alberta's ability to attract and retain researchers and advance ideas that will lead to economic diversification and strengthen our economic future. In response, we have heard from the Minister that we simply want to clarify the research that is taking place. Last week, we heard that there will likely be exemptions to academic research as the regulations to Bill 18 are developed. Mr. Speaker, if exemptions are already being considered, why are we still pushing forward with Bill 18, the Gatekeeper Act? Well, Mr. Speaker, the Premier has already answered that question. The Premier has said that she needs to ensure Conservatives are prioritized for research dollars. That's evident with Bill 17 and the creation of the Canadian Centre for Recovery Excellence. Who needs those pesky professors, grad students, and ethics rules when you can pursue your own research agenda with your own think tank under your control? We also heard the Minister tell us there's support from across the country for Bill 18. Of course there is, Mr. Speaker. They're going to poach our people. They're going to recruit Alberta's best and brightest. Our loss is their gain. While the Minister talks about support from across the country, there is no support here in Alberta, as our own researchers have been thrown into limbo, their future uncertain, not knowing what research proposals would be approved by the province. Mr. Speaker, rather than look at exemptions, drag researchers through months of uncertainty, rather than risk the research and startup reputation of our post-secondaries, I ask the Minister of Advanced Education and the Minister of Technology and Innovation to do the right thing. Vote yes for post-secondaries, vote yes for research freedom, vote yes for a startup ecosystem, and no to Bill 18. Hear, hear.
Presenting reports by standing and special committees. Presenting petitions. Notices of motions.
Honourable members, the time is now 1:50, and that makes it oral question period. And the Leader of His Majesty's Loyal Opposition has question 1.
Weeks, Mr. Speaker. 3 weeks is a nice long vacation. But if you're 81 years old and stuck in a hospital hallway, 3 weeks is a real-life nightmare. Patricia Koshman says her father's health and dementia deteriorated, quote, astronomically because he was stuck in the UCP's hallway healthcare for 3 weeks. So, to the Premier, What concrete steps is she taking to address the many, many failures within our healthcare system that led to what Patrice calls the most difficult time in her family's life?
The Honourable the Premier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We're very concerned by the situation, and we're glad the family came over to alert us to it. The Minister of Health is looking into it and identifying ways that we would be able to address this so it doesn't happen again. But that's part of the reason for our overall refocusing of the healthcare system. Alberta Health Services needs to be focused on providing the very best emergency and surgical care. And that's part of the reason we are having 4 different service agencies that will be focused on primary care, mental health and addiction, assisted living, and acute care so it doesn't happen again.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, like the Premier, her hand-picked president and CEO of AHS said the story is, quote, regrettable. But the president of the AMA argues that this is actually not a one-time or an uncommon event. So to the Premier, with the system strained beyond capacity, when will she stop making things worse by cancelling hospitals, chasing away healthcare workers, engaging in endless reorganization, and instead start investing in what is necessary to attract and retain the critically important frontline healthcare workers that all Albertans rely on?
The Honourable the Premier.
Well, that's already started, Mr. Speaker, and we have had success in attracting doctors to Alberta in the last year. We have had success in attracting nurses to Alberta in the last year. In fact, because we're recognizing the credentials across the entire country, we've been able to very quickly onboard thousands of additional nurses. The issue is the issue that has been in place for decades. The fact that we have a number of people who need to be in alternative levels of care who are in acute care beds in hospital. When we went and did the review of that, there were over 1,500. As we move those to appropriate care, we'll have the acute care beds available.
The Honourable the Leader of the Opposition.
Well, Mr. Speaker, moving them to motels on the side of a highway is not the answer. Meanwhile, Albertans see through this Premier's attempts at distraction through her increased privatization efforts that is layered on top of intentional Frankensteinian levels of organizational chaos. Albertans see all of this for what it really is, an admission of failure. To the Premier, when will she stop distracting Albertans, shuffling the deck chairs, trying to take over the jobs of federal and municipal governments, and instead focus on the real solutions?
The Honourable the Premier has the call.
We are focused on the real solutions, Mr. Speaker. We are going to be developing dedicated beds for assisted living, dedicated beds for mental health, dedicated beds for those who are suffering through the illness of addiction. And as a result, we will have alternative places for those individuals to go to make sure they're getting the care in the appropriate place, which will free up the acute care beds in hospital. And Mr. Speaker, I can tell you that I am looking forward to having our hardworking frontline workers have multiple different service providers that they can offer their services to, because that will improve working conditions and it will make sure that we're using all of them to the best of their ability.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition for a second set of questions.
Mr. Speaker, the Premier would have us believe opposition to her authoritarian bills is just from her usual opponents. Well, RMA President Paul McLaughlin, a known lefty radical and leader in the NDP heartland, and by that I mean, of course, none of those things, said the government is, quote, basically going after our autonomy and authority and centralizing top down. So to the Premier, how does she justify moves the RMA President is calling, quote, one of the largest underminings of municipal autonomy and authority he's ever seen?
The Honourable the Premier.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I can tell you an example of what we're experiencing today. Fort McMurray has a fire that is 12 kilometres beyond its border. They've identified 5 communities that need to be evacuated. I've been in direct touch with the mayor, Sandy Bowman, to let him know that we are on standby to help him in whatever way he needs. This is an example of how we collaborate. The individual municipality is able to take the lead, and when we need to step in, we're going to be there for them. And I want every single municipality to know that this is going to be the way that we address every single hazard during hazard season.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
take it from me, you don't need this bill to help Fort McMurray. Now, Mr. McLaughlin says UCP cabinet ministers and Conservative MPs tell him they don't understand what this government is doing. And he says, quote, it's hard to get RMA mad, and at this stage, RMA is mad. On bills 18, 20, and 21, he says, quote, bang, bang, 3 in a row, it makes no sense. So to the Premier, will she scrap her power grab bills and stop, as Paul McLaughlin says, quote, going up to their best friend and randomly punching them in the face, end quote.
The Honourable the Premier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Through the course of the last 18 months, we've identified issues that needed to be addressed in various pieces of legislation. In the minister's mandate letter, it was indicated that we needed to do a review of the Municipal Government Act and identify areas where we needed to do some additional changes. The Local Elections Authorities Act needed to be changed so that it is in preparation for the upcoming election. And based on the fire season that we had last year, we knew that we needed to be able to have clearer lines so that our forest fire entities can step in whenever they're needed. So those are the reasons why we're doing it, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, the skepticism around the Premier's exclamations do not stop there. Well-known communist columnist Rob Breckenridge, and by that I mean not that, is also speaking out. Much of his column uses unparliamentary language describing the Premier's relationship with the facts, but he also says the Premier's recent comments, quote, give the appearance of an inability to justify these moves and that of a government with something to hide. So, to the Premier, again, will she scrap these bills and finally deliver the honesty, transparency, and accountability Albertans deserve?
The Honourable the Premier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It was just 18 months ago the members opposite were asking for us to step in and to remove a council member. We are making sure that there's some clarity and rules around doing that. We also have demonstrated on 2 different occasions when we had to step in because municipalities, one in Calgary, one in Edmonton, were overstepping their authority, and we had to make sure that we were providing clarity to align with provincial policy. And finally, last year's fire season demonstrated to us that we needed to have more clarity about when the provincial government would step in to be able to help. There is absolutely reason for all of these bills, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Edmonton South.
Following the forceful removal of peaceful student protesters, the community is demanding accountability, and so are we. In an open letter, critical U of A associations are shocked by the riot police response and have demanded an explanation from administration about who directed the call to go after student protesters. The events are also triggering an assert investigation, even though the Premier originally praised the police response. Will the minister condemn the brutality that peaceful student protesters face on our campuses, and if not, why not?
The Honourable the Deputy Premier, the Minister of Public Safety.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And of course, we respect the independence of our law enforcement communities. We respect the independence of our post-secondaries, as an example. And we have asked the Director of Law Enforcement to have ACERT review these claims, and should allegations of serious injury be sustained, ACERT will investigate those claims further. Thank you very much.
Member for Edmonton South.
Mr. Speaker, this morning the Associate Dean of Diversity, Equity and Inclusion of the U of A resigned. She witnessed the forceful removal of peaceful student demonstrations. She wrote, quote, not only was this police action unjust and at odds with the university's mission and values, it caused real and deep harm to all targeted, end quote. Under the Post-Secondary Learning Act, the Minister of Advanced Education has the power to call for investigations. Will the minister launch an investigation under the U of A and U of C's decisions to remove lawful, peaceful student demonstrations this past weekend?
The Honourable the Minister of Advanced Education.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We are aware that this is a very sensitive matter. That's true. And obviously, students have the right to protest and demonstrate within the confines of the law. Universities also have the right to enforce their standard protocols. But having said that, Mr. Speaker, we did have the opportunity to meet with community members yesterday and students and the chiefs of police, and there were concerns that were raised. And based on that feedback, this ACERT review has been launched. And as we get more information as to what has happened, we will take the appropriate steps.
The Honourable Member for Edmonton South.
Mr. Speaker, this government ran on a platform claiming they would, quote, strengthen free speech on campuses. But we know that our institutions are already suffering from the UCP's gatekeeping Bill 18 that gives the Premier the authority to drain our universities of critical research funding. Giving the jarring police response this past weekend on our campuses, one condemned by U of A and U of C law professors and a wide swath of academic community, will the Minister of Advanced Education do what's right, or is she unwilling to defend the values she claimed to run on?
The Honourable the Minister of Advanced Education.
Mr. Speaker, I did have the opportunity to read the letter from the law professors, and I will thank them for the time that they took to pen their thoughts. One of their asks was to actually launch an ACERT investigation, and so ACERT is undertaking a review, and of course we are committed to freedom of speech on campus and the freedom to demonstrate and to protest peacefully and safely.
Honourable Member for Edmonton Southwest.
Mr. Speaker, the most recent report from StatsCan tells a different story about jobs in our province that this government won't brag about. Under the UCP, Alberta is no longer Canada's wage leader. Under the UCP, Alberta has the second highest jobless rate in the country. Under the UCP, Alberta also faces the highest youth unemployment rates, even though we have the youngest population in Canada. They say Alberta is calling, but there may be no job, healthcare, or schools when you get here. Yeah. To the Minister, will the Minister admit that the UCP record on jobs is a disaster?
Yeah. The Honourable the Minister of Jobs, the Economy and Trade.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. From October to March, Alberta was responsible for 90% of private sector jobs added in Canada. So if Alberta is a disaster, Canada is in real trouble, and it needs more Alberta. But let's compare that to 2015 to 2019 under the previous government, the NDP. We lost 183,000 jobs. We had record unemployment, record business closures. Mr. Speaker, recommendation to the members opposite to stick to other questions than the economy.
The Honourable the Member for Edmonton Southwest.
Mr. Speaker, cut through the UCP's rhetoric, and the truth is that this government has a weak record on jobs. Alberta's unemployment rate has grown by 20% since this Premier came into office. Youth unemployment is at its worst since this government has taken office, and Alberta has amongst the highest jobless rates in Canada for women aged 25 to 54. Calgary alone has the 5th highest unemployment rate in the country. Every day Albertans are being left behind while GDP growth lags. What is the Minister doing to address the worsening economy that's taking place on his watch?
The Honourable the Minister of Jobs, Economy and Trade.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And again, the members opposite only look at half of the equation. Alberta is leading the country in economic growth. We are leading the country in job growth. But at the same time, we're attracting record numbers of Canadians from other provinces and territories to Alberta. It takes time for them to attach to the labour market, which is temporarily causing an increase in the unemployment rate. But again, Canadians are voting with their feet. They are moving to Alberta, which is quite different than the 13 consecutive quarters of people abandoning Alberta to work everywhere else under the NDP.
The order, the Honourable Member for Edmonton Southwest.
Mr. Speaker, if the Minister listened to Albertans, he would know that under the UCP it is getting harder for parents, seniors, students, renters to make ends meet. The UCP is picking fights with mayors, Reeves, the feds, university researchers, renewable energy, and so many more. And with TransAlta cancelling a multi-million-dollar project, this government is costing communities jobs and investments. Stakeholders like the Calgary Chamber of Commerce are panning this government for creating investor uncertainty with their bills 18 and 20. Will the Minister acknowledge that the UCP's policies are actually driving away jobs and job creators?
Yeah. The Honourable the Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I will acknowledge that there are affordability concerns across Canada, which is causing Canadians to choose the best place to live, work, and raise a family. That's right here in Alberta. So are there real challenges out there? Absolutely. But Canadians view Alberta as having the best combination of quality of life, relative cost of living advantages over, say, Ontario and BC, lowest taxes. Mr. Speaker, we're going to keep putting those policies in place to support Albertans and Canadians who are all moving here.
Order, 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 order. The Honourable Member for Edmonton Riverview.
Mr. Speaker, as much as this government flip-flops on everything from pensions to police to the fundamentals of democracy, there is one area in which they remain constant. Their cataclysmic failures within the health system. No matter what, you can count on this government to take a bad situation and make it worse. Thousands of Albertans don't have access to a family doctor. Promised hospitals are being cancelled. Several emergency room closures, and the list goes on. How many more promises will be broken and mistakes made before this government admits they've wreaked havoc on our health system?
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Mr. Speaker, nothing could be further from the truth. In fact, Mr. Speaker, we are seeing records in terms of the number of nurses that have been hired in the province, Mr. Speaker. Over 4,700 nurses have been hired under our tenure, Mr. Speaker. In fact, we're seeing more doctors come into the province, Mr. Speaker. We've had over 500 doctors just within the last 6 to 8 months alone, of which 215 are family physicians. We have announced the nurse practitioner autonomous availability to do their work autonomously, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Edmonton Riverview.
Given that the UCP is responsible for massive problems within the healthcare system, from motel medicine to highway hospitals to hallway medicine, and given this government has shown they can't be trusted with our healthcare system, with healthcare workers consistently betrayed by this government, doctors fleeing the province, and overcrowded hospitals leaving Albertans needing medical care abandoned in the hallways, can the health minister justify her reasoning for this continued healthcare chaos, or should we expect even more of the same from the UCP healthcare hysteria?
The Honourable the Minister of Health has the call.
Mr. Speaker, the only people hysterical are the ones on the other side. And on our side, Mr. Speaker, we are focused. We are laser focused on improving healthcare in this province. It's the very reason that we started the refocusing, where we will continue to make sure that the organizations that we are standing up in mental health and addictions, in continuing care, in primary care, as well as acute care, that they're laser focused on improving access as well as quality of health care for Albertans. Mr. Speaker, I'm going to continue to do that.
Honourable Member.
Given that it has been 1 year and 206 days since the Premier said she would fix healthcare in 90 days, and given that over a year ago the Premier declared there's no crisis in our healthcare system, and given since then we've seen that not only is the crisis real, but it's getting worse. Does the health minister realize that despite the Premier's spin and this government's denial, there actually is a crisis in healthcare, or is she completely blind to the reality facing all Albertans?
The Honourable the Minister of Health.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We are laser focused, as I said, on improvements. We are seeing improvements in the number of surgeries that are being completed within clinically recommended times. We are seeing improvement in the workforce, in attracting and recruiting and retaining our workforce. We have worked diligently with the Alberta Medical Association to come up with the framework for a new funding model for family physicians. We are continuing to do the work for nurse practitioners. We are seeing 63 nurses practitioners wanting to practice autonomously, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for McMurray Wood Buffalo.
Mr. Speaker, it's the season for wildfires, and even smoke from another province passing through Alberta is causing a lot of distress. It's triggering a lot of emotions with people in places like Fort McMurray. The wildfires are starting up again in Alberta. It's good to ask the provincial government exactly where we are at in this reoccurring challenge. The media stirs up emotions with images of great fires. People are scared. To Minister of Forestry and Parks, how many wildfires have been reported so far this year, and what are we doing about it?
The Honourable the Minister of Forestry and Parks.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thanks to the member for the question. And of course, it is a serious time in Alberta when it comes to wildfire. And just to give you the numbers, we've had 318 wildfires so far this year, and only one is confirmed to not be human-caused. So we can't stress enough the importance of each and every Albertan being careful and to not be that person that starts a wildfire. With the May long weekend approaching, we want to make sure that Albertans are very careful and prevent wildfires in our province. This time last year, we had 454 fires and over 461,000 hectares burned. This year, we're at 17,000 hectares. And so it's important for everybody to watch fire bans across the province.
The Honourable Member for Fort McMurray Wood Buffalo.
Mr. Speaker, 9 minutes ago, the subdivision where I live has been told they have 2 hours to leave their part of town. Despite the fact that these fires would have to travel through previously burned out areas and forest that has significantly less fuel than 2016, people are still concerned about these fires reaching Fort McMurray. Our government has made significant investments to the province's wildfire preparedness response to ensure Alberta's government can support communities for this wildfire season, including the incorporation of technology. So, same Minister, what are some of the measures this government has taken to enhance wildfire firefighting operations?
The Honourable Minister of Forestry and Parks.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and thanks again for the question. Of course, our hearts go out to the people of Fort Mac who are in a stressful situation right now, and I just want to assure everyone we have air and ground crews, and it is a priority for our province right now. We only have a couple fires that are considered out of control, but that's one that's most concerning to us because of its proximity to the community. So this year we added 2 new groups of air tankers that were able to drop water and fire retardant to quickly stop fires. We have the 3 night vision helicopters. 2 of them have been fighting in the Fort Mac fire so far, and one is on its way there right now to make sure that we can fight those fires when the fires drop down at night and they tend to slow down. We have the Community Fire Guard program too working for Alberta.
The Honourable Member.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's given that despite our government's best efforts to prepare for and mitigate the threat of wildfires, these things are inherently unpredictable. The wind is blowing towards Fort McMurray, and my friends are extremely concerned. Their concerns are a reflection of our community. We're resilient and strong, but we also know to be prepared, and we've experienced stuff. There's a lineup of vehicles right now flowing out of Fort McMurray. There's been a lot of talk about how many firefighters we actually have available to fight these wildfires. So I'm asking the Minister, can he give the House an update on how many people are involved with fighting these wildfires that are happening right across our province?
The Honourable Member.
Thanks again for the question. So just to give a little focus on the numbers of wildland firefighters we hired an additional 100 wildland firefighters. We hired additional 40 fire attack firefighters. We have additional forest officers that we've hired. We've hired additional seasonal and full-time personnel that are essential to fight wildfire, and that's over and above last year's numbers, Mr. Speaker. Just to give you an idea, we have unit crews, heli-attack crews, fire attack crews, incident command teams, full-time wildfire staff, logistics, communications, and warehouse personnel. We have air tanker pilots, air tanker support teams, bird dog pilots and support, helicopter pilots, heavy equipment operators, and dozer bosses at all helping.
The Honourable Member for Edmonton, Castle Downs.
Mr. Speaker, when people speak, politicians should listen. When they speak almost unanimously across political and regional divides, this government should straighten up and realize the mess they've made. Alas, this government doesn't seem capable of that. The Minister of Municipal Affairs used to call the people of Alberta his bosses, but it seems to me he has changed his tune. Does the minister no longer believe the people of this province are his boss? And if not, why won't he listen to them and scrap the authoritarian Bill 20?
Hear, hear. The Honourable Minister of Municipal Affairs.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and the people of Alberta certainly are my bosses and always have been. The folks across would be wise to actually consider the same thing. Mr. Speaker, Bill 20 is a good bill. It will actually add to the transparency and accountability of elections. It will make it easier to build affordable housing in municipalities. Mr. Speaker, it will, I know why the folks across don't like it, because they like that in the last election, the unions, without being exposed, gave $1.6 million to 7 candidates in Calgary.
The Honourable Member for Edmonton, Castle Downs.
Given that this Made in Alberta authoritarian legislation is just another power grab by a leader desperate to consolidate power in the Premier's office, and given that RMA with the 69 counties and municipal districts they represent called it an affront to democracy in Alberta, and given that the Alberta municipalities with their 260 municipal members called it a power grab, and given that the Premier's own hometown mayor of High River, Craig Snodgrass, called on residents to call on their MLAs to scrap the bill, when will the Minister finally realize what a complete mess he is making of his file and pull Bill 20?
The Honourable Minister of Municipal Affairs.
Again, Mr. Speaker, the mess was made by NDP legislation. The fact is our legislation will make the disclosure of donors to third-party advertisers more transparent. The City of Calgary, for example, after 2021 refused to release names of those that donated to third-party advertisers, and that included the 2 unions that donated $1.6 million to Calgary, people running running for council. There was also another third-party advertiser that donated $400,000 to somebody running for mayor in Calgary. Mr. Speaker, I know the NDP doesn't want these things disclosed, but we're going to do it.
The honourable member for Edmonton Castle Downs.
Given that as interim PC leader, the Minister of Municipal Affairs said, quote, I actually believe in democracy. I actually believe that what the voters decide should be final. And given that when he failed to win PC leader in 2014, he stated Albertans, quote, are the only ones who should tell me and the government what to do. And given that when he failed to win as mayor in Calgary in 2010, he stated that voters are ready for somebody to be interested in what they have to say and is going to engage them in the process. Will the Minister of Municipal Affairs take his own advice, listen to Albertan voters, and shred Bill 20?
Hear, hear. The Honourable Minister of Municipal Affairs.
Well, I sure appreciate the rundown of every election I haven't won in my life, Mr. Speaker. That's fun to listen to. But the fact is, Mr. Speaker, this one is an important opportunity to fix the mess that the folks across made.
Here.
Their legislation tilted the playing field for municipal elections towards the NDP and those that agree with them. Mr. Speaker, it's time to fix that. That's what this legislation does. I know they're railing against it because they don't want that to change, but we're going to make it fair again, Mr. Speaker. They wrecked it. We're fixing it.
Hear, hear. The Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition has a question.
Mr. Speaker, it's just unfortunately been announced, and it's very troubling to hear that the people of Fort McMurray have now been told to commence evacuating the city. Our heart here in the official opposition goes out to them. We know how disruptive this can be. So my question is simply to the Premier, where will she be expecting these folks to be evacuating to, and what efforts will the government be taking to ensure that folks who are evacuated immediately get the support they require?
The Honourable the Premier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I know this is very difficult for the member opposite, having gone through exactly this kind of scenario at about exactly this time. I've been in touch with Mayor Bowman throughout the morning and asked him to let us know if he was going to be making the decision to ask residents of his communities to leave. There's 5 communities that they can see the fire within line of sight 10 kilometers away. They just pulled the decision to evacuate at 2:05 today, and we will be working with the evacuation centres to be able to make sure that they are all taken care of.
The Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
It's being reported, Mr. Speaker, that the Fort McMurray Hospital is now in evacuation mode, and they will be evacuating the hospital. So for the benefit of those folks with family and loved ones who are in the hospital, can the Premier or perhaps the Minister of Health tell us where it is expected that folks who are in that hospital will be evacuated to, and where their families can find them to ensure that they receive the support that they need?
The Honourable the Premier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If you require accommodation support, we are asking people to go to the Parkland 1 Hotel in Lac La Biche. Obviously, we often ask people to be planning for 72-hour evacuation, take their pets, medication, important documents, emergency kits with them. We also are going to make sure that information goes out through the RMWB social media website, the Alberta Wildfire app, which can be downloaded. And if you're not in an area under evacuation order, we just want you to remain in place to facilitate a safe evacuation, and we'll continue to update as we know more.
The Leader of the Opposition.
One of the most important issues that we had to deal with when Fort McMurray was last evacuated was the fact that many people had their income interrupted and disrupted. It was critically important that those folks get access to income. At what point in this process will the government activate all effort to ensure that appropriate income replacement is made available to those people whose way of making a living is disrupted by the evacuation?
The Honourable the Premier.
Mr. Speaker, like last year and previous hazards, we have allowed for, after 7 days, being evacuated, $1,250 per adult, as well as $600 per child. That will also be the case. We've already had some evacuations this season, so that has been something that has already been approved by Cabinet. And planning around the health centre has been taking place for several weeks. Anticipating this, it remains open, and planning for additional evacuation supplies that might be required for a prolonged bus ride is underway. Operational planning continues, and once again, go to the website to make sure you have the latest information.
The Honourable Member for Edmonton Highlands Norwood, or do you want to go? The Honourable Member for Edmonton Highlands Norwood.
Rents continue to skyrocket out of control. The latest rent report has just come out, and there is more bad news for Albertans. Calgary and Edmonton continue to experience the highest rent increases across the country when it comes to major cities. We've heard from thousands of Albertans who are getting hit with huge rent increases and having to choose between eating and a roof over their heads. We offered one solution with rent caps, and we were clear that they were a temporary measure in addition to focusing on supply. But the UCP said no. When will they act?
The Honourable the Minister of Seniors, Community and Social Services.
Well, Mr. Speaker, the government has already acted. We are investing $250 million in rent supplements, Mr. Speaker. Doing it through rent supplements prevents the industry from not being able to build, which is what would have took place underneath the NDP's plan, which would have made more people homeless. Also, Mr. Speaker, I think it's important to note that CMHC reports continue to make clear that Alberta is the best place when it comes to affordability anywhere in the country. They cite this government's economic work and its work when it comes to reducing red tape, Mr. Speaker. And again, we'll see the numbers shortly. I anticipate we will continue to have record-breaking construction amounts inside our province.
Member for Edmonton Highlands Norwood.
Given that we will see the numbers, and given that this government loves to claim that this side of the House has urban privilege, yet the community where rents are actually increasing faster than anywhere else is Lloydminster, Alberta. Lloydminster posted the fastest annual rent growth in the country during April, with rents shooting up a shocking 26.7%. I have friends in Lloyd who are raising their families and contributing to that community. So what does the minister have to say to the good people of Lloydminster who are struggling with skyrocketing rents but are getting absolutely no support from the UCP?
The Honourable Minister of Seniors, Community and Social Services.
I would remind the honourable member and all Albertans about the enormous amount of money that is being invested by Alberta taxpayers to tackle the affordable housing crisis in this province, Mr. Speaker. Again, $9 billion being invested in affordable housing across the province. It's a record amount, Mr. Speaker. The efforts that we see taking place to be able to reduce red tape and other components are resulting in record construction, impacting supply, Mr. Speaker, and $250 million of Alberta tax dollars helping with rent supplements across the province, Mr. Speaker. This government is investing in housing in a big way, and we're going to continue to do it.
The Honourable Member for Edmonton Highlands Norwood.
Given that I've said all along that caps on rent would be one short-term step to help Albertans struggling with skyrocketing rents right now, and both sides of the House agree we need more supply, affordable supply, not market housing with rents that many Albertans will never be able to afford. Even former MLA and now head of the Chamber of Commerce, Doug Griffiths, pointed out just last week that rent control could be one short-term solution that could help in combination with quote, more comprehensive solutions that get to the social and health issues surrounding housing, homelessness, and encampments. So will the minister ever listen to these countless Albertans saying that he needs to take action on skyrocketing rents?
The Honourable Minister of Seniors, Community and Social Services.
Speaker, who all will listen to is economists, Mr. Speaker, who make clear that if we were to go down the road what the NDP want to do, that it would be the equivalent, Mr. Speaker, of bombing our economy, Mr. Speaker, and destroying our community. We've seen rent control not work. Case in point, Mr. Speaker, two jurisdictions that have it in our province, or in our country, Ontario and BC, Toronto and Vancouver, who have the worst rents anywhere in the country, Mr. Speaker. So no, we're not going to do what the NDP asks and destroy our housing economy. We're going to continue to invest and make sure we got record-breaking supply numbers and continue to maintain our affordability in Alberta.
The Honourable Member for Camrose.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Gender-based violence is something that affects everyone. Far too many of us know someone that has been affected by this terrible form of violence. Mr. Speaker, we need to ensure every Albertan can live a life free from violence. I'm proud to see that Alberta's government is working to end this terrible cycle of violence through a Made in Alberta 10-year action plan. To the Minister Arts, Culture and Status of Women. Can she please provide an update on the creation of this action plan?
The Honourable the Minister of Arts, Culture and the Status of Women.
Mr. Speaker, Alberta's government is working hard to ensure we secure a safe and brighter future for all Albertans. We've held more than 60 engagement sessions in 11 communities across the province with a variety of community leaders, service providers, as well as First Nations, Indigenous and Métis communities. These engagement sessions will help Alberta's government craft a well-rounded, survivor-centric action plan. The strategy will build upon other actions already underway, such as the Premier's Council on Missing and Murdered Indigenous Women, Girls and Two-Spirit People, and the implementation of the Human Trafficking Action Plan.
Honourable Member for Camrose.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Given that Alberta has a government that is dedicated to ending gender-based violence within the province, and given that many steps have already been taken to create this Made in Alberta action plan, and further given that prevention is the first step in tackling gender-based violence, and given that the Minister of Arts, Culture and Status of Women just announced new prevention grants this morning, to the same minister, can she please provide more information on these new prevention grants and why they are so important?
The Honourable the Minister of Arts, Culture and the Status of Women.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the member for that important question. We've heard clearly that funding for prevention efforts is a key step towards addressing gender-based violence. Our government will be providing $2 million to 11 organizations across the province to assist them in prevention strategies. While engagement sessions continue and will be used to inform the action plan, action is also needed right now, hence our actions to fund prevention initiatives. In addition to this prevention funding, our government has invested over $100 million annually in related programs over the last year.
The Honourable Member for Camrose.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and the Minister for her work on this important issue. Given that everyone in Alberta has a role to play in ending gender-based violence, and given that this work requires collaboration between women's shelters, sexual assault centres, and organizations supporting survivors and those at risk of such violence, and given Children and Family Services has received significant funding through the action plan, can the Minister of Children and Family Services explain what work his ministry is doing to support the prevention of gender-based violence in Alberta?
The Honourable the Minister of Children and Family Services.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the member for that question. Mr. Speaker, too many Albertans are faced with the traumatic impacts of sexual and gender-based violence, and I'm proud that we're taking action to help survivors get the support that they need. I'm proud to deliver on our commitment to provide an additional $10 million to women's shelters as well as sexual assault centers to do just that. We also launched the Prevention of Family Violence campaign, which is increasing awareness of the resources available. Now, Mr. Speaker, I know our work on this issue is not done, and I look forward to working with our stakeholder partners to help end gender-based violence.
The Honourable Member for Lesser Slave Lake.
Mr. Speaker, the people of Slave Lake are fed up. Trudeau's soft on crime policies combined with his ridiculous spending has made life not just unaffordable but also incredibly unsafe. Families and innocent people are living in a constant state of fear while gangs are exploiting the most vulnerable and avoid real punishment through the revolving door of the current criminal code. Since our out-of-touch Prime Minister refuses to help, and since the members opposite refuse to ask their CEO, Jagmeet, to stop propping up and enabling Trudeau, could the Minister of Justice please explain what measures this government is taking to address the lawlessness created by Trudeau's bill?
The Honourable the Minister of Justice and the Keeper of the Great Seal of Alberta.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the honourable member for that question. Our position remains absolutely clear. There is no safe haven in this province for criminals. Albertans can proudly boast that their justice system is the best supported it's ever been. We have more prosecutors, Mr. Speaker. We have more law enforcement support. We have more court staff, and we have more judges than ever before. Mr. Speaker, unlike the Liberal NDP coalition that my friend referred to, we will never advise Albertans to leave their car doors unlocked or their keys outside. We will chase criminals out of this province, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Lesser Slave Lake.
Mr. Speaker, given that homelessness has become a huge issue, not only in our major cities but across this province, and given we're seeing many people lose themselves to addiction, ending up on the streets or inside of these dangerous encampments, further given many of the people trapped by these addictions are Indigenous, with many of the same complex intergenerational traumas as families like mine, or perhaps even worse, Could the Minister of Seniors, Community and Social Services please explain what positive steps our government's taken to find real solutions like the Navigation Centre here in Edmonton to ensure vulnerable Albertans have access to the supports they need?
The Honourable the Minister of Seniors, Community and Social Services.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. As we've discussed in this House many times, we're seeing great success from the work in the Edmonton Navigation Centre, with the vast majority ending up in long-term programs and supports and outside of dangerous encampments that are costing them their lives in some cases. We're going to be doing that same process in Calgary, and we're also going through a process right now to make a mobile navigation process where we can go to communities like Slave Lake, work with the local municipality, local law enforcement to deal with isolated encampment situations like they're facing in Slave Lake, but also bring that compassionate service to the people that find themselves in those circumstances. And it's our hope to use Slave Lake actually as a pilot project for that.
The Honourable Member.
Thank you, Minister. Mr. Speaker, given that there's nothing compassionate about watching our loved ones suffer from the deadly disease of addictions to drugs like meth and fentanyl, further given that this Alberta government is investing $1.5 billion through Budget 2024 to continue building the Alberta recovery model, and further given, Mr. Speaker, no expert could ever convince me the solution to my own family members' struggles with drugs could possibly be solved by feeding them more drugs. Could the Minister of Mental Health and Addiction please explain what's being done to ensure those suffering from addiction are getting the help they need so they have a real chance of recovery and reintegrate into society?
The Honourable the Minister of Mental Health and Addiction.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. The truth is, right now, in Alberta, just like every other province across Canada, we have a choice to make. We can choose to go down a path where we maintain and facilitate addiction like we've seen over the last 20, 30 years of Canadian policymaking, or we can adopt the recovery model. One model that is filled with hope and opportunity for those not continuing to facilitate addiction, but bring them out of addiction. Give them the tools and the capacity to live a life of hope and a second lease on life, and not be condemned to the deadly disease of addiction, but instead enlightened by that opportunity of hope. Which is why we are investing in the virtual opioid dependency program and 11 recovery communities, and I can't wait to partner with that member on the path forward.
The Honourable Member for Edmonton West, Henday.
We've heard moments ago that the regional municipality of Wood Buffalo issued an evacuation order for the Fort McMurray communities of Beacon Hill, Avisan, Prairie Creek, and Grayling Terrace. On Saturday, an update notified residents that the fire was still out of control and that due to increased smoke and the proximity of the fire to Highway 63, that it may be closed. Mr. Speaker, if Highway 881 closes as well, the routes out of Fort McMurray will be extremely limited. Our families won't be able to get out. This hits home for me and my partner. It is time for McMurray has more road access and evacuation routes. Where is the expansion of Highway 686 that this government promised to the people of Fort Mac?
The Honourable the Minister of Health has risen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member for the question. It is a quickly evolving situation with this wildfire advancing. I just want to give an update on the hospital. The hospital has not been evacuated, the hospital in Fort McMurray, that is. AHS is evacuating 21 patients at this time based on their more complex needs, and they have buses ready to go should a full evacuation be required. These 21 patients are from various continuing care and acute care settings, not all from the hospital, but we want to make sure that you have the most up-to-date information possible.
The Honourable Member for Edmonton West Henday.
Thank you to the Minister for that update. Given that the fire MWF 023 is located near the Fort Chipewyan Airport and the Allison Bay Fire Guard just a few kilometers northeast of the community, and given we are thankful to the wildland firefighting teams currently working on the fire and are glad that it is being held, and given that the only way in and out of Fort Chip in the summer is either by plane or water, and given that the dock in Fort Chip is currently run aground due to the drought and the lake being so low, what is the Minister doing to ensure that the dock is accessible so people can evacuate it if needed, and when will it be done?
The Honourable the Deputy Premier, the Minister of Emergency Services.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Thank you very much for that question. Certainly, due to the isolation of the folks in the Fort Chipewyan area, certainly evacuation at times can be certainly a concern, but I can tell you Alberta Emergency Management is working very closely with the community. They have directors on both Alberta Emergency Management side as well as the Fort Chipewyan side in that particular community. In the event of an emergency, certainly we will be able to use airplanes in order to evacuate people, and certainly if we have to bring in the Air Force, we will do that as well.
The Honourable Member.
Mr. Speaker, given that the government introduced Bill 21 that gives the government full control to manage emergency response without having to work with municipalities and Métis communities, and given that there are concerns from RMA about how this bill will remove any involvement from the local experts, and given that this government has already failed to plan for potential evacuation of the Fort Chip communities by not building the dock or creating an emergency plan, how does the minister expect anyone to trust him to use the powers in Bill 21 when he can't even prepare for wildfire before this emergency?
The Honourable, the Deputy Premier, the Minister of Public Safety and Emergency Services.
Well, Mr. Speaker, we are providing clarity and transparency. We're working with all municipalities in the province of Alberta, including First Nations and our Métis communities, to make sure that everyone understands that there's a staged approach. What we don't want to see, Mr. Speaker, which is what is currently happening right now, is that we have the ability to go in and take control over any critical incident, but that's not what we want to do, Mr. Speaker. We want staged approaches so that the municipality understands, so that emergency management understands, so that we can assist people and protect Albertans from wildfires.
The Honourable Member for Edmonton Millwoods, the official opposition House Leader.
Thank you very much. Based off the Alberta Emergency Alert and understanding that there is an evacuation order for Beacon Hill, Abassan, Prairie Creek, and Grayling Terrace, and wanting to make sure that all Albertans are getting accurate information and that the official opposition is able to understand the situation which is evolving, and as the Minister of Health recently said, is a changing situation. Will the government be providing briefings to the official opposition so that we can understand the situation and be able to assist in any communication and serve our constituents?
The Honourable, the Premier has risen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Emergency Management Committee of Cabinet met on a daily basis during a crisis last year. We have been meeting on a weekly basis since we began the preparation for hazard season. We have an Emergency Management Committee meeting planned for 6:30 this evening to get up-to-date information. Last year, we made the same resources available to the Leader of the Official Opposition so that she could be briefed, and I will certainly raise that at the Emergency Management Committee this evening so that the Opposition can also maintain the most accurate and up-to-date information.
Opposition House Leader.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the Premier. Given the, again, changing situation, I just want to follow up on what the Minister of Health had to share around hospital evacuations. I understand that the hospital is not evacuating, but you are evacuating some patients across various settings. For concerned family members who might be concerned and wanting to understand where can they best find the information about where their loved ones may be going, how can they best find out about who is being impacted by these handfuls of patients now, but again, evolving situation. It could include more in the future.
The Honourable, the Minister of Health.
Thank you very much for the question. Alberta Health Services has been preparing in, what was hoped to be an unlikely event of evacuating, but all of the preparations are ongoing. They are in constant communication with the people on the ground, so Alberta Health Services will be leading that particular piece at this point in time, but we will continue to provide information as we get it, and as the Premier said, the Emergency Management Committee meeting is going forward this evening.
The official opposition House Leader.
Thank you. Given the official opposition, we'll be happy to share more information for families as it becomes available, and we'll be happy to collaborate with the government on that, given the evacuation and concerns it raises about the safety of communities and residents, and given we know the efforts that firefighters are currently going through battling this fire and others, thinking about making sure we have the resources to address the crisis. Can the Minister speak to what steps they are taking to ensure that all firefighters and support staff are getting the resources they need and that we have enough for this situation?
The Honourable, the Minister of Forestry and Parks.
Yes, and thanks to Mr. Speaker, and thanks, Member, for the question. Yes, we do have an incident management team there right now working on this fire. We do have resources moving from across the province there. We've had resources moving there as this fire developed. One of the biggest problems we've had right off the start with this fire was the wet ground that it took place in, and moving heavy equipment around on that wet ground to create the fire breaks that we needed to help control this fire. Our air attacks have been grounded based on smoke and on winds and things like that. So that hasn't been helpful either, but we are working. We got the equipment and manpower there to fight the fire.
The honourable member for Drayton Valley Devon has a question to ask.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Access to health care in rural Alberta remains a challenge, and many of my constituents in Drayton Valley Devon have raised concerns about having to travel to Edmonton to receive urgent obstetrical care. Having 3 children of my own, I can relate to the concerns my constituents are expressing. Can the Minister of Health explain how our government is supporting women's health care, especially in rural Alberta?
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Mr. Speaker, and to the member for the question, our government is committed to supporting women, and we want to ensure that their health care needs are prioritized. We recently announced a $20 million investment over 2 years to help advance women's health research. So this investment will help create opportunities for women to receive tailored clinical care that addresses their unique health challenges and concerns. So 2 essential Alberta foundations will lead these initiatives, and we will work together to promote women's health care. Mr. Speaker, we will continue to support and invest in women in our province.
Member for Drayton Valley Devon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And to the Minister, given that the access to primary care continues to be the top priority for many of my constituents, and given that nurse practitioners play an important role in Alberta's primary health care system, can the same Minister please update this Assembly on how the nurse practitioners model will help improve access to care in rural Alberta?
The Honourable Member, the Minister of Health.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The recently announced Nurse Practitioner Primary Care Program will allow nurse practitioners to receive direct funding to practice comprehensive patient care autonomously and operate their own practices or practice autonomously in existing primary care clinics. So I'm very excited to bring forward this opportunity for nurse practitioners and increase access in Alberta. Mr. Speaker, we've already received over 60 expressions of interest for this program so far, and there have been over 1,000 nurses apply for the nurse practitioner training program at the University of Alberta. Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and again to the Minister. Given that healthcare in rural Alberta continues to be a challenge, and further given that many of my constituents have to travel to large cities to receive urgent care, to the same Minister, what steps is our government taking to improve rural healthcare across Alberta?
The Honourable Minister of Health.
We are absolutely laser focused, Mr. Speaker, to addressing access to care concerns in the province, and that's why we're investing $164 million in budget 2024 towards initiatives to attract, retain, and train new physicians, especially in rural and underserved communities. We're working with Northwestern Polytechnic and the University of Lethbridge to develop regional training centres, which include interprofessional teaching clinics for medical students, as evidence shows that students who learn in rural areas are more likely to practice in rural areas. Mr. Speaker, these centres are an excellent addition to our province.
Honourable members, that concludes the time allotted for oral question period. In 30 seconds or less, we'll continue with the remainder of the daily routine. Order. Go ahead, Shannon.
Introduction of bills.
The Honourable the Minister of Health.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm honoured to rise and request leave to introduce Bill 22, the Health Statutes Amendment Act. This bill would support the implementation of Alberta's health system refocusing and enable the transition from one regional health authority to an integrated system of sector-based provincial health agencies. This act would lay the foundation for improving healthcare by updating legislation and enabling better governance and oversight of the healthcare system. With that, Mr. Speaker, I hereby move first reading of the Health Statutes Amendment Act.
Honourable members, the Honourable the Minister of Health has moved first reading of Bill 22, Health Statutes Amendment Act 2024. All those in favour of the motion for first reading, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, please say no. In my opinion, the ayes have it. That motion is carried and so ordered.
Bill 22, Health Statutes Amendment Act 2024 is now read a first time. Tabling returns and reports.
The Honourable Member for Lac St. Anne Parkland.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. As Chair of the Standing Committee on Legislative Offices and in accordance with Section 4.6 of the Election Act, I'm pleased to table the 2023 General Election Report to the Chief Electoral Officers, Volumes 1 and 2, and copies of this report will be provided to the members.
Minister of Municipal Affairs.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have 5 copies of a National Post column entitled Political Parties, Exactly the Shake-Up Alberta City Councils Need.
There are others. The Honourable Member for Edmonton McClung, followed by Edmonton Highlands Norwood.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to table 5 copies of a op-ed piece written by Mr. Rob Breckenridge of Edmonton Journal this morning, titled "How Does the Premier Justify Power Moves?" asking what the justification for Bill 20 is, and he has none.
The Honourable Member for Edmonton Highlands Norwood.
And if I may, second tabling the Municipalities Pan Emergencies Act, another article in Edmonton Journal this morning, saying the bill will confuse and complicate future crisis responses, as according to the RMA.
Honourable Member for Edmonton Highlands Norwood.
Thank you. As a follow-up to my question earlier, I'd like to table 5 articles of, or 5 copies of an article from the Gateway, which is entitled "Rent Keeps Going Up, Alberta Government is Fighting Solutions," and it talks about the UCP failing to support my Bill 205.
Others. Seeing none, the clerk.
Tablings to the clerk.
Honourable members, gold stars for everyone. And that brings us to orders of the day, orders du jour.
Government bills and orders for third reading. Bill 11, Public Safety Statutes Amendment Act 2024. Honourable Mr. Ellis.
The Honourable the Deputy Premier, the Minister, Public Safety and Emergency Services.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to rise and move third reading of Bill 11, the Public Safety Statutes Amendment Act 2024. Alberta's government is continuing to improve safety and security in all of our communities. That includes responding to the needs of rural populations. Mr. Speaker, all Albertans deserve to feel secure in their communities. This bill, if passed, enables the creation of a new independent agency, a policing agency. The new agency, enabled by this legislation, would allow the already police-like functions done by the Alberta Sheriffs to be arm's length from government, and continuing our work to augment the current policing models throughout Alberta. This agency would work with the RCMP, would work with municipal and First Nations police to strengthen law enforcement right across this province, Mr. Speaker. An agency with oversight, with accountability, exactly what Albertans expect. Mr. Speaker, oversight and accountability are critical components in ensuring proper governance and transparency in any system, and it ensures that laws and regulations and ethical standards are being followed. By having strong oversight and accountability mechanisms in place, it helps to prevent corruption and misconduct and unethical behavior, ultimately promoting integrity and trust within the system. Bill 11, Public Safety Statutes Amendment Act 2024, will also provide Albertans reassurance that Alberta's government will not sit idly by as repeat violent offenders out on bail because of liberal NDP policies continue to terrorize our communities. The new legislation, if passed, guarantees that offenders out on bail are held accountable with the use of electronic monitoring to track them. Mr. Speaker, Albertans are tired of having repeat criminal offenders out on bail reoffending constantly in our beloved province. So let me be clear, Ottawa, held together by the NDP Liberal coalition, has made Canada less safe by creating an environment where organized crime and repeat offenders face little to no consequences. Bill C-75 has led to the increasing sense that our criminal justice system is not holding criminals properly accountable for their actions, and the administration of justice is in disrepute. And this is completely unacceptable, Mr. Speaker. If Bill C-48 fails to protect Canadians and repeat criminals continue to wreak havoc in our communities, our stance in Alberta remains the same, that Bill C-75 should be repealed. Alberta's government will do whatever it takes to protect Albertans. While we assess the impacts of C-48, Alberta's government will not sit idly by, and we will do whatever it takes to protect our communities. Bill 11, the Public Safety and Emergency Services Statute Amendment Act 2024, if passed, will be used as that protection. Mr. Speaker, this government has been committed to ensuring that Albertans' voices remain strong in our priorities, our interests, and our concerns. Rural Albertans have spoken out about the level of crime in their communities, and Mr. Speaker, Indigenous communities are at a crisis point. As we continue to remain true to our word, our government is now taking action to stand up for Albertans. When someone calls 911, I expect someone in uniform to answer that call. Mr. Speaker, Albertans in rural parts of the province should expect and get the same service as the residents in one of our urban centres, such as Calgary or Edmonton. Wondering if an officer will show up during an emergency when called should not be on the minds of Albertans, and especially those in rural Alberta. And I expect someone to answer that call. Despite the seemingly desired chaos that seems to be coming from the Trudeau-NDP alliance, our government is taking a firm stance against crime, and Bill 11 is no exception. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I move third reading of the Public Safety Statutes Amendment Act 2024. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Are there any others wishing to speak? We have the member from Edmonton Decor has risen to speak.
Mr. Speaker, Bill 11 is a definition of another broken promise by this government. The Premier said before the election that they would not pursue a provincial police force yet. With this legislation creating independent police agency services is the architecture of creating Alberta Police Force. This government has a problem with transparency in terms of what they intend to do as far as policy is concerned. An Alberta Police Force will be extremely costly for Albertans. Municipalities made it loud and clear that they don't want it. Albertans don't want it. Similar to many other bills that Albertans and municipalities rejected, Bill 11 falls into that list. The UCB has no credibility on the public safety. I represent a constituency that day in, day out talks about public safety through gun violence. They cut funding for municipalities, which meant fewer resources on public safety and social support. As a result, an increased social unrest and increased safety issues to Albertans. Mr. Speaker, therefore, I would like to introduce an amendment on behalf of the member for Edmonton West, and I would like to distribute it, the amendment first.
If you can just give the copies to the page and wait till the table receives a copy, then we can proceed. Members, this amendment will be referred to as H1, and the member can proceed at this time.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, I move that Bill 11, Public Safety Statute Amendment Act 2024, be not now read a third time, but that it will be read a third time this day, 6 months from now. Thank you.
Are there any others wishing to speak? I'll have the Deputy Premier and the Minister of Emergency Services to speak.
Well, thank you very much. Let me be very clear. We're not going to support this amendment. I'm not surprised that the folks opposite would want to delay vital supports for folks in rural Alberta, as an example. As we have stated time and time again, that we want an officer to show up when somebody calls 911, and sadly, these are some of the challenges that we're having. As I've stated before, it's not about more money for the RCMP, 21.6%. That is how short they are on what they are supposed to be supplying as far as officers right here in Alberta. That's equivalent to about 413 officers. So as what I have stated to the RCMP as an example is, why don't you please start by giving us here in Alberta what we are authorized, and then we can possibly have a conversation about more officers. But the reality is, Mr. Speaker, is that the RCMP are not able to supply that here in Alberta. They're not able to supply that in British Columbia. They're not able to supply that in Saskatchewan and New Brunswick and Nova Scotia. And we are seeing similar numbers. When we do the simple math on that, now we're talking about thousands and thousands of officers that they are short. So we in Alberta, what I have heard from folks in rural Alberta as an example, is we do not have time to wait for the RCMP and Public Safety Canada to figure out how they are going to address this very, very complex issue when it comes to recruiting, or when it comes to just providing the basic complement of police officers that they are supposed to be supplying for us here in Canada, let alone here in Alberta. And as I've stated before, when somebody calls 911, I expect somebody to show up to that call. And if it happens to be somebody in a sheriff's uniform, then so be it. But we are not going to delay this for 6 months to again, continue to put folks in rural Alberta at risk. You know, I know my friend from the Slave Lake area has talked, and he's the parliamentary secretary for Indigenous policing. And he talks quite frequently at a crisis point, not just a crisis point in his community, but a crisis point in our First Nations communities right throughout Alberta because of the lack of policing that are in these communities. So I'm sorry, is that the position of the NDP, which is to what? To just continue to let Indigenous communities flounder? To have them overrun by guns and gangs and organized crime? On this side of the house, we're not going to do that. No, we're not going to do that. And if this is the quickest path in order to help support and augment our current deployment model, which is the RCMP, if it means that we can augment and support Calgary and Edmonton, Lethbridge as an example, or Medicine Hat, then that's what we're going to do. Mr. Speaker, it is not acceptable in any way to allow, I want you to think about how, I want you to think how terrifying it is. Now, I know they don't like hearing about their urban privilege, and they don't like to acknowledge that they have urban privilege in the NDP side. But I want you to think how terrifying it is as a rural Albertan at 2 o'clock in the morning when somebody's breaking into your property, you call 911 and they say, we don't really have anybody available. But you know what? I'm sure when that officer gets on shift at 6 in the morning, we'll make sure that we send him out. The level of fear that they would have is something that is quite frankly unmeasurable. And quite frankly, those that live in urban municipalities do not understand. And I would actually challenge them. I'll challenge anyone from an urban municipality to go out into rural Alberta and be in an area where there's a high rate of crime, and know what it feels like when you call 911 and nobody is available to show up for that particular call. We're not going to do that here. We're not going to do that here in Alberta. We are going to support our friends in rural Alberta. We're going to support our friends in the First Nations communities. We're going to support our friends in the Métis communities. And you know what, Mr. Speaker? The NDP don't want to support our friends in those communities? Hey, I guess, you know what? Everybody's got to make choices in life, Mr. Speaker. And if that's the choice that they choose to make, but on this side of the House, we're not going to do that. So, in short, Mr. Speaker, we are not going to send this amendment. We're not going to support this amendment. I recommend all members of this House to vote down this amendment. Let's get on with business. Let's get police officers protecting rural Alberta.
Thank you. Any others wishing to speak? The member for Edmonton South has risen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise here to speak on why Bill 11, Public Safety Statutes Amendment Act 2024, should not be read for a third time. I've said this before when I last spoke on this bill as someone who has family members who serve in some of the highest ranks of law enforcement across Canada for decades, who also has many family members who live in rural Alberta, who do not support the creation of an Alberta police force, and as someone who deeply values public safety at the utmost importance for our communities. And I just simply do not support Bill 11. Bill 11 would allow the government to create any kind of police agency. We have here the Minister of Public Safety, Emergency Services that stated that it is meant for sheriffs, and in case the RCMP won't renew its contract in 2032. And yes, I do agree, as an Albertan and someone who's here to serve all Albertans, that all Albertans deserve to feel safe in their communities. But the answer to that is not to lay the foundation for one day establishing an Alberta provincial police force. We need solutions now that are enacted to help people feel safe in their communities. This bill is yet another step in the contentious debate over who provides policing in Alberta outside of the municipalities that have their own police forces. To push to establish an Alberta provincial police force started after the report from the Fair Deal panel that was released in 2020. That report recommended the province move ahead with its creation. While the government's news release seemed to be carefully composed to obscure the reality of what Bill 11 entails, the obvious is that it will be the start of the provincial police force. Yet the UCP said it wasn't going to start one. But I think we need to acknowledge that this UCP's government track record of saying one thing and doing the complete opposite is what we see time and time again. Even the minister stated, quote, "These changes are part of a broader paradigm shift that reimagines police as an extension of the community rather than as an arm of the state." So yes, Albertans have the right to be concerned that this will inevitably happen again, because the truth of the matter is that this is a policy that Albertans simply don't want. Proposed changes to policing in Alberta have been deeply unpopular with Albertans, and Bill 12 is yet another attempt to force an unwanted, expensive policing change on the taxpayers' dime. The minister has referenced the proposed Marshal Service in Saskatchewan as an example of a model that could be implemented here in Alberta. But the Marshal Service has received similar criticisms on the added burden faced by taxpayers. Morgan Buckingham, president of the National Police Federation, has stated, quote, "Rather than listening to residents, taxpayers, stakeholders and policy experts in the province, the government has chosen to invest in a significant amount of money in a very expensive and, in our opinion, redundant and politically motivated police force," end quote. Experts are saying that establishing all new policing agencies is redundant and politically motivated. Is this the kind of policy the UCP government wishes to mimic? And there's no denying that the political undertones of this unwanted and unnecessary proposal, when we can see that this is just another attempt to pick a fight with Ottawa and our federal government. It's more than the political games that we have come to expect from this government here in Alberta. It may well be that we have too few police officers to handle the increases in crime, but adding yet another police bureaucracy doesn't move us one step closer to solving those problems. While the UCP claims that the establishment of a provincial police will serve to enhance safety within the province, the creation of a brand new agency runs the risk of duplicating existing law enforcement efforts. It also has the potential to fragment the delivery of policing services. Alberta already has several local police services plus sheriffs, the RCMP, the Rural Alberta Provincial Integrated Defence Unit, the Alberta Law Enforcement Response Team, the Alberta Serious Incident Response Team, the Canadian Pacific and Canadian National Railway Police, wildlife and conservation officers, bylaw officers, peace officers and transit police. And even the Alberta Humane Society and the Alberta Environment and Parks have peace officers with law enforcement authority in limited areas. Implementing an entirely separate provincial police will undermine the current collaborative approach and lead to inefficiencies related to resource allocation as well as coordination. So how can the UCP look at this extensive list and suggest that we need yet another policing agency? The only possible reason seems to be the eventual creation of a provincial police force to replace the RCMP and consume the Alberta Sheriff's Branch. And it's incredibly troubling because we know that added bureaucracy seldom leads to more efficient delivery of services, and in this case, the care and safety of Albertans. So can the minister explain what, if any, public desire there is to replace the RCMP? And what would be the point, especially since bureaucracies tend to get in each other's way and gum up the work in the process? The implementation of a provincial police agency would undoubtedly require the reassignment of law enforcement personnel from existing police services to staff the new provincial force. This could potentially result in a significant reduction of the capacity of existing law enforcement to effectively address local emergencies, risking community safety. This leaching of officers would furthermore reduce the capacity of municipalities, mid-sized cities, and rural towns to effectively provide adequate service to their communities. All while they struggle with the fact that the UCP has done nothing to support municipal budgets over the past 5 years. They took funding for the police away from municipalities in 2019 and increased the provincial share for fine revenues from 26.7% to 40%. Based on 2018-2019 data, this was roughly $32 million lost that financial year alone. These funds support different public safety-related efforts in municipalities. In comparison, $32 million is roughly the salaries of 300 police officers. To make matters worse, the price tag for setting up the Alberta Provincial Police Force would place drastic financial burdens on municipalities whose budgets have already been slashed by this UCP government. Downloading of costs to municipalities has put further pressure on policing and public safety budgets. Not to mention the millions of dollars that everyday Albertans will have to pay as communities scramble to train new officers to fill vacancies by a new police force. The Premier and her cabinet seem to be more interested in prioritizing their battle with the federal government over the safety and needs and wants of Albertans. Wouldn't the province be better served if the UCP government ensured that local agencies had enough resources, to help them properly serve their communities instead of investing over $1 billion into a program that nobody wants? The unfortunate reality is that this legislation does little to address safety concerns held by Albertans. So what are Albertans looking at with Bill 11? It's clear there is no substantive action here to keep our communities safer. Bill 11 creates a police service with a mystery mandate. This government will establish a new provincial police force, but can't say what the force is actually going to do. How big will it be? What its jurisdiction is relative to other police? What will it cost? All of this seems clear as mud, and about as straightforward as numerous other policies this UCP government has put forward. Dr. Timitope Oriola, a criminology and sociology professor at the University of Alberta, who previously advised this government on changes to the Police Act, said it's best to, quote, if it looks like a duck, swims like a duck, quacks like a duck, it's probably a duck. Let's just call it what it is. This is going to be all intents and purposes, if not immediately, over time, a provincial police service, end quote. This is only made worse by the fact that Alberta sheriffs have been left in the dark when it comes to the provincial government's plan to create a new police force that would take over some of their duties. Look, just as I stand here talking about Bill 11 and think about all the things I've just said, I think about my family's safety, I think about the safety of folks in Edmonton South, I think of the safety of folks here in this province. This bill is not just about pitting urban against rural. Everybody is scared and afraid when they have, crime happening around them. Everybody needs that help. And I would love to see the UCP really talk about this care for all Albertans, not pit rural and urban against each other. This is the safety of Albertans we're talking about. This is making sure our police have the resources and we get quality care when we need it in these grave circumstances. So for these reasons and others, I simply do not see the need for Bill 11 to be read for a third time. I support this Hoist amendment. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Are there any others wishing to speak to Amendment H1? The member from Lesser Slave Lake is.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today I rise in support of Bill 11 originally, but not in support of the amendment tabled by the members opposite. And I do this, and I have a well-written speech here in front of me, Mr. Speaker, that goes over all the really well-worded reasons why, but I'd like to talk a little bit about something that's actually happening in Alberta, because I feel like the members opposite are ignoring rural Alberta's concerns because they are real. These things that I speak about in here that affect my communities or affect people like me or where I'm from are real. They're not bumper sticker answers. They're not designed for political points. I was in Calling Lake. They declared a state of local emergency months ago. I was in the meeting, spoke to an old Indigenous widow who told me that in the middle of the night at 2 in the morning, she heard a loud screeching noise and somebody drove right through her garage door, Mr. Speaker. And she was terrified, so she called 911. And what the members opposite might not know about Calling Lake is that they don't have an RCMP. So while the member from Edmonton South says she's very concerned about the members from Edmonton South and Albertans, when she calls 911 in Edmonton, the response time is within minutes. And the sad part about Calling Lake, Mr. Speaker, is they're detached out of Athabasca. And it takes a long time for them to come. And when they called 911, this lady told me she's terrified. She said, I'm watching them right now. They're loading all of my life's possessions into the back of a pickup truck. What do I do? And the 911 dispatcher said, go hide and wait for help to arrive. And finally, she got frustrated and she said, stop it, get out of my garage, that's my stuff. Probably some other colorful language that I can't share in here, Mr. Speaker. The response from one of the people, one of the gang members, because this is organized crime, this is not random, this is not kids spray painting bridges on the way home from school, Mr. Speaker. This is terrifying. With a mask over his head, he held a sawed-off shotgun to her face and said, get inside or I'm going to blow your head off. And I apologize if that language is offensive or triggering, but that is exactly what this old Indigenous widowed lady told me. So she went back inside terrified and hid inside the cupboard, I think, of her kitchen, and she waited. So in Calling Lake, when you call 911, they dispatch out of Athabasca. It takes 38 minutes. Those guys loaded up her entire life's possession, and on minute 33, they were out the door because they knew they'd still have 3 or 4 minutes to spare. Because when we call 911 in rural Alberta, nobody answers. And when you hear the Deputy Premier Minister Ellis speak on this, I gotcha. Sorry. When he does, he says he doesn't care about the patch on the shoulder or the name on the uniform. When you call 911, someone should answer. And it's not just calling Lake. That's one example. The town of High Prairie, another small little community in my riding. For years, small business owners have been sleeping at the front step of their businesses, trying to protect them because they don't know what to do anymore. It's a combination of a lack of policing and the ridiculous Bill C-75 that has allowed lawlessness, organized crime, drug dealers to creep into our communities. The hometown that I grew up in looks nothing like it did when I grew up there, Mr. Speaker. So forgive me if I get upset and I use language that's offensive, but when you throw around words like urban privilege, it means something to me. When people call 911, someone should answer. Regardless of where they are in this beautiful province of ours, it shouldn't take hours for someone to come and show up. So when they say no one asked for this, that's a complete load of something, because they are asking me. They're asking me every single day to do something. My email is flooded with requests for help. We all know Prime Minister Trudeau doubled down last week again on TV and leaned into this idea that criminals don't need jail, they need mental health support. And Mr. Speaker, I believe in recovery. I don't believe in giving up on people. I believe we have an opportunity to put them in an environment where they can recover. But they can't do that at the expense of the common sense public safety of the citizens of Alberta that are innocent. They can't do that at the expense of small businesses or people that are trying to protect their family. This isn't funny to me, Mr. Speaker. And again, I don't like to throw around these words like bumper sticker answers, and I do have a very well-worded, well-written speech on this, but it's very frustrating to hear this level of mockery when we live in this Mad Max state of lawlessness in some of our rural communities. When people ask what Bill 11 is going to do, we're 400 officers short with the RCMP. Every taxpayer pays for 2,000 officers, and we're 400 short right now. So I'm not against the RCMP. This is not an either-or conversation, Mr. Speaker. This is a supplement because there's nobody answering the call right now. And we deserve better in rural Alberta. And it's not just the Indigenous places. It's all the people deserve better in the remote communities. So I think that for all of the times that we stand up and use the word Indigenous here and pretend or not pretend to care on one day and then not the next, or whether or not this is serious, we should be supporting the idea of getting supports to these communities. When Minister Ellis says he wants the
use of proper names would not be appropriate, and just apologize, withdraw, and move on.
Premier, whose name I will not use again, Mr. Speaker, when he says he would like the police forces to be a reflection of the community instead of the arm of the state, he's specifically referring to Indigenous policing. And I've sat in meetings, Mr. Speaker, with over 30 Indigenous communities that have expressed interest in moving to their own police model. And it's not because they think that it's going to be easy or that they can afford it or there's going to be added costs and there's concerns. It's because they really, really need help and they're trying to find any solution right now. The other thing Bill 11 does, Mr. Speaker, is it's not going to fix the problem with repeat offenders, but at least the ankle bracelets will make it more uncomfortable for them and hopefully a little inconvenient. But when I speak to the people where I come from, Mr. Speaker, I don't tell them that this is going to fix the problem, because it's not. Until they repeal Bill C-75 and all the fake soft-on-crime policies, it's going to continue to be like this. And as long as they continue to flood the streets with safe supply drugs, to which is paradoxical because I don't believe there is safe supply. It's nonsense, Mr. Speaker. People deserve a path to recovery. We're investing in long-term treatment centres in this province, and every meeting I have with an Indigenous community, they are real excited to hear about it. You'll be able to stay up to a year in these communities. And I'm proud of the work Minister for Mental Health and Addictions is doing, Minister Public Safety and Emergency Services. Sorry, I caught myself doing it again. Because what we're doing is real, Mr. Speaker. What we're attempting to do is stop waiting for the federal government to do the right thing, and we're going to do something ourselves. The people of Lesser Slave Lake elected me here because when I speak, they say I don't sound like a politician. So forgive me if I'm not that eloquent sometimes, but I prefer to tell people like it is. I'm not going to say we're going to dig into it, we're working on it. No, that's not good enough anymore, Mr. Speaker. They need real action. The members opposite, or the Prime Minister, they love to take pictures in headdresses and powwows. They love to talk about all these things they're trying to do. Well, Mr. Speaker, on this side of the aisle, we're going to do these things. We're not going to talk about it. And it's not going to be perfect. I'd be the first person to say that there's no silver bullet solution for any of this. It's very complex. Homelessness, intergenerational trauma, these are all real issues, and we don't have a silver bullet solution for any of them. But if we do have something that works, we should do it together on both sides of the aisle. They should be recommending and standing up for us and saying we should repeal Bill C-75 when they have one of their CEO meetings, which I mean, or when they elect their new regional leader. Mr. Speaker, people ask me why I make jokes sometimes, but if you knew Indigenous people, sometimes you have to joke to stop them crying, and that's the God's honest truth, Mr. Speaker. This is real to me, and this bill, I believe, will make a difference. It's not perfect. We're going to try arming these sheriffs so that they can come in and help communities when we need it most. And right now, there's a lineup around the corner of small towns where I'm from that would be happy if sheriffs could come and protect their communities. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Are any others wishing to speak to the hoist amendment? The member for Calgary Foothills?
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I do stand to speak on why Bill 11, Public Safety Statutes Amendment Act, should not be read a third time. I do hear the member from Slave Lake, and I really appreciate the personal experience that he's conveying and from his constituents. But I do want to be clear that it was a predetermined decision long ago. And this isn't necessarily being brought forward because all Albertans are asking for a provincial police force. Mr. Speaker, we have heard from municipalities from across the province stating that they're not looking for or asking for a provincial police force. They are asking for additional safety and security, but not a provincial police force. The government may at times refer back to the Fair Deal panel and say that Albertans are, in fact, asking for a provincial police force. So I would like to take a moment, Mr. Speaker, to unpack the reference to the Fair Deal panel and the work that was done with the Fair Deal panel, because I do think that this was kind of the precursor to Bill 11 and the movement towards an Alberta police force. The Premier of the day asked that panel to, I quote, focus on ideas that would strengthen our province's economic position, give us a bigger voice within Confederation, or increase provincial powers over institutions and funding in areas of provincial jurisdiction, end quote. He didn't ask the panel to look into how we increase security in Alberta. He didn't ask the panel to poll Albertans about whether or not we wanted a police force or how to address security. He asked the panel how the province can have additional powers and assert some more control over provincial jurisdiction. The panel was about Albertans feeling that they aren't getting their fair share from the Federation. And to address that, the panel did consult with Albertans, but they had a filter on that consultation. For what matters, the Constitution states our provincial jurisdiction or shared jurisdiction with the federal government. This filter was applied in the public engagement completed by the panel. And none of this work warrants Bill 11, and Bill 11 should not be read for a third time. The consultations of that panel resulted in questions like question 3 in the online survey. And I quote, given what you currently know, how much would the following options help Alberta improve its place in the Federation? A lot or somewhat? Please rank. One of the 13 options presented was Alberta establishing its own institutions, such as a tax collection agency, a police force, or a pension plan. Mr. Speaker, 51% of the respondents selected this option 13 as an option for Alberta to improve its place in the Federation, ranking it 11th out of the 13 options presented. And so with a very slim majority of Albertans selecting this option that bucketed several things together, placing it 11th out of the 13 options to choose from, this government has already moved forward on both an Alberta pension plan and an Alberta police force. Mr. Chair, this is hardly an overwhelming cry from Albertans for either. And yet here we are, having already debated a possible referendum on a pension plan being rammed through the chamber. Now here we are debating an Alberta police force. Mr. Speaker, we should not be. Albertans are not asking for it, and Bill 11 should not be read for a third time. Despite not receiving resounding support, not at this time. Despite not receiving resounding support for an Alberta police force through consultation, the panel did recommend creating an Alberta police service to replace the RCMP. However, in making that recommendation, the panel stated that, and again I quote, Alberta should assess the long-term benefits of moving to its own Alberta police service. Regions and municipalities that would be significantly affected by any switch need to know how this change would impact citizens, end quote. So my question, Mr. Speaker, is, has this work been done? Have we talked to municipalities that will be significantly affected by this switch? Mr. Speaker, this government has the habit of enacting and proposing legislation without prior consultation, and that is what has happened with Bill 11. The panel also said, and I quote, any extra costs incurred by Alberta should not be passed on to municipalities without their consent, end quote. Has this government assessed what those costs will be? Has this government said to municipalities that they will commit to the Fair Deal panel's suggestion that none of those costs should be pushed to municipalities? In the report, the panel acknowledged that a federal annual contribution of $112.4 million would be lost in the creation of a provincial police force. Mr. Chair, I'm sure that all Albertans would like to know what assessment has been done to understand the costs of an Alberta police force. We need to understand the setup costs. We need to understand the ongoing costs. We need to understand what funding would be losing from the federal government in moving down the path of an Alberta police force service. And is this government committed to not passing those costs along to municipalities? Mr. Chair, the other side of the House does talk about how we on this side don't care about the safety and security of Albertans. Mr. Speaker, the Alberta NDP is clear that we support the peace and security of all Albertans. We have spoken and met with Albertans from every corner of this province in understanding citizens' needs. Our questions are whether or not the government is exploring all options before proposing an Alberta police force. This government has made it clear, as an example, Mr. Speaker, that the South Edmonton Hospital needs further consideration before and more planning before we were to spend such a significant amount of money. Mr. Speaker, why does the government believe that the only solution in bringing greater security to rural Albertans is an Alberta Police Service? Why is further consideration needed for a South Edmonton hospital, but not an Alberta police force? It is understood that the RCMP has unfilled positions in Alberta and across this country. Would it not be more cost-effective to support existing infrastructure to face the challenges that we face? What do we understand about the challenges and the proposed solutions that we're putting forward? Are we also looking at the root causes of crime? Are we also doing all that we can to address mental health, addictions, poverty? We haven't heard in this bill about this government talking about the root causes of crime. We haven't heard in this bill about the government talking about how they would address the root causes of crime. The Fair Deal panel would send a message to Ottawa in charge of its own destiny. Is this really about the safety of Albertans? Or is this just part of our crusade against Ottawa? No, thank you. Mr. Speaker, the Fair Deal panel didn't identify how services would be improved or costs saved by creating an Alberta Police Service, and neither does Bill 11. Because for the Fair Deal panel, that wasn't their mandate. Their mandate was to find ways to defend Alberta against Ottawa, not against crime. Let's stop this now and say that Bill 11 doesn't need to go to a third reading. In proposing this legislation, the government should be able to clearly articulate how this will improve services. How will this address recruiting? How do we know that we'll be more successful in recruiting than the RCMP? How is this going to save and not spend more of Albertans' money? Mr. Speaker, none of this work has been done or presented to us in this House. If there was consultation with Albertans, it hasn't been presented in this House. And this was not included in an election promise. Why is it a priority now? Mr. Speaker, why has the government not consulted with the sheriffs and the National Police Federation? RCMP officers in Alberta are devoted to Alberta, and they are under the jurisdiction of the Minister of Justice. The Minister talks about how we are less safe in Alberta. The question is, how is this legislation directly addressing that safety? Perhaps another time. The Minister said they're working to support the RCMP in existing services, has talked about how on this side we don't understand, again, not at this time, again, how we don't understand what it feels like not to receive service when you call 911. So, Mr. Speaker, I do want to take a moment, and granted it has been quite some time, but I did grow up in the same hometown as the member from Central Peace Notley. We went to the same high school, played in the same high school band. And so I'd like just to share that, you know, the minister is saying that we don't understand what it's like to call and not get help. Maybe because the minister wasn't there with me and my family when our neighbor called us, my mom, who is a nurse, to come and help them because in a farming accident where a chain had snapped, recoiled and penetrated his skull. And the only person who was there within a time to respond was my mom to save his life. It wasn't possible. You couldn't call when you're 40 kilometers from town. You can't call and expect an ambulance to arrive within 8 minutes. And in a moment like that, it wasn't possible for an ambulance to arrive to save our neighbor's life. The minister also wasn't there when our neighbor's house burned down and that we gave them shelter and comfort until others could arrive. Again, because when you're 40 kilometers from town, a volunteer fire service doesn't arrive in 8 minutes. Mr. Speaker, I recognize that I'm not giving policing examples, but Mr. Speaker, Albertans are also accessing for access to health care. Why aren't we introducing a bill to support rural and all Albertans in their health care? And Mr. Speaker, I'd like to hear how exactly Bill 11 is going to address the fact that when you call and you're 40 kilometers away, people can't arrive in 8 minutes. How is Bill 11 going to enhance services? Mr. Speaker, the Minister hasn't explained how Bill 11 is going to improve policing services and the safety and security of Albertans, or how we're going to address social challenges that lead to the root causes of crime. What I would love to see from this government is an actual response to what Albertans are asking for, addressing poverty, addressing housing, addressing a mental health crisis, addressing education. On this side of the House, we support addressing these issues and addressing the security of Albertans. But Bill 11 doesn't address those problems. And Mr. Speaker, it should not be read a third time. Thank you.
Are there any others wishing to speak? The member for Calgary Edgemont has risen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to speak, I guess, in favour of this amendment on the floor, but I must say that I'm very opposed to Bill 11, the Public Safety Statutes Amendment Act. Bill 11 is what I think of as another UCP classic. Albertans aren't asking for it. Albertans don't want it. The UCP did not campaign on it, and yet here we are. Allegedly, Bill 11 is not the Alberta force that no one wants. No, it's just an independent police agency that will take on responsibility for police-like functions currently carried out by Alberta sheriffs. So this new police force in Alberta that isn't an Alberta police force is being created to augment and support the RCMP and other municipal police services. If you're asking yourself, why do we need to spend money to create a new police force to do this, rather than direct those resources to existing police forces, well, then you'd be asking the same question that many others are also asking. If you're asking, no answer from the government, though, on that question. When introducing this bill, the sponsor, the Minister of Public Safety, spoke to the intent of this bill. The minister said nothing in this bill relates to getting rid of the RCMP in Alberta. In the news conference announcing this bill for the Alberta Police Force that no one wants, the minister said again that the new services would not replace the RCMP in Alberta. But then, in his very next breath, the minister said the provincial government was building out the sheriff's services just in case the RCMP pulled out of the local policing when their contract expires in 2032. Just to be clear, the RCMP contract that expires in 2032 isn't just an Alberta contract. That's the contract for the country. So the minister is suggesting that there's a possibility that the RCMP, the organization responsible for contracting police services to 8 provinces, 3 territories, and 150 municipalities, might just fold up shop in 2032. The minister is suggesting that the police force responsible for policing 75% of Canada's landmass and 22% of its population might just say, hey, times are tough right now. We're having a hard time recruiting new members. I guess we should just quit. And why is that the minister feels that it is a possibility? Unknown. He has never bothered to elaborate with information or even provide any logical reasoning on why the RCMP, who've been providing policing to this country for over 100 years, might suddenly decide to get out of the game on policing. And then there's a very good question for why the minister can't provide anything to back up the assertion that it's so important. to have the redundancy for RCMP. It's because the RCMP have no plans to stop providing contract police services to Canadian communities. It's hard to pinpoint the beginning and the end of the circle. What is the opinion writer who penned the column, who planted the idea? Oh, yeah, that's right. Sorry, I thought I missed a page. It's hard to pinpoint the beginning and the end of a circle. What is the opinion writer who penned the column, who planted the idea for the government? Or was it the government who succeeded at having an opinion columnist carry their water? The opinion column that I'm referring to can be found in the Calgary Herald on April the 5th, 2023. A column titled, "Provincial Police Force is Inevitable, but UCP has done a bad job selling it." In this article, Don Braid presents the argument that the federal government is keen to shed the responsibility for community policing. Braid opinions that the Mounties are edging to exit, whether Albertans want them to or not. Ottawa and the RCMP have been sending signals about this for 2 years. Well, it turns out that what the writer thinks were 2 years of signals was in fact one signal. The entire premise of the article hinges around recommendation 10 of a 2021 House of Commons committee report, Systematic Racism in Policing in Canada, report of the Standing Committee on Public Safety and National Security. Recommendation 10 talks about exploring the possibilities of ending contract policing services, but there are 42 recommendations of this obscure committee report. And if you take even the quickest read of this report, you'll find that half the recommendations actually address changes that could be made within the RCMP to address the focus on reporting systematic racism in policing. Just to give a quick example of other recommendations in the report, recommendation 21, that the Government of Canada work with the Royal Canadian Mounted Police and the provincial and municipal police services to encourage the use of persons specialized in victim services and mental health who would be available with first responders in situations requiring de-escalation. Recommendation 31, that the Government of Canada requests that the Royal Canadian Mounted Police create a nationwide database of police use force incident data disaggregated by race, color, ethnic background, national origin, gender, and other identities. Regularly collect this data by implementing a mandatory reporting policy and regularly publicize the data collected. Just the smallest amount of critical thinking on this issue would be so very welcome. To suggest that one of 42 recommendations in a committee report is 2 years of signaling simply because the report was tabled 2 years ago is an enormous stretch. So why don't we look at what other action the federal government has been taking on policing? What concerns have the federal government actually been raising when it comes to the RCMP? Well, it turns out that one of the key issues that has been flagged is the cost of policing. Because even though policing is provincial jurisdiction, let's not forget that the federal government still foots 30% for the RCMP. The government seems to have forgotten that part of the equation when it comes to the debate around rural policing here. They introduced a bill to create a police force and have no idea how much it even costs. So we have a federal government that's flagged the cost of policing as a concern, but we don't see any follow-up to suggest that their response will be to abandon the RCMP. No, what we see them doing is engaging in consultation with communities, and advanced consultations have already begun. And that's what the provincial government should be doing, consultation. And I know that may be a new concept for folks. One of the themes of this government is to table legislation, and then we're going to consult with the stakeholders later. That's not really on social media ready tagline yet, but we're working on it because it's a pattern of behavior that this government and no one is calling it out. Well, we are. We've been doing that. But, you know, consultation is what should be happening. In this case, that's really, really what should be doing because, you know, policing is provincial jurisdiction. So what we should be seeing happening is our provincial government working together with our federal partners to address issues in policing. We should have seen this government consult with sheriffs, with the RCMP, before rolling out this legislation. We should be seeing this government out in communities, actually consulting with those communities, actually listening to those communities. And you don't even need to listen that hard. Communities have been loud and clear that they don't want a Alberta Police Service. What they want are solutions to rural crime. And adding another service, adding more bureaucracy, adding another chief of police role to be compensated at $250,000. How is this going to address issues with crime in rural areas? The government hasn't chosen to share with us or anyone how an additional police force will help. We know that there will be an increase in cost at policing in Alberta, but we still don't know how much. You know, the UCP seems to be choosing to govern based on the writings of opinionist columnists, yet they don't seem to be keeping up on the actual news. The issues in police recruitment and retention are not specific to Alberta. Police forces in Ontario, BC, and many other provinces are struggling to recruit and retain. Police forces in the United States, UK, and Australia are also having issues. So, the UCP seems to think that they won't encounter the problem of policing services worldwide. They think that they won't have any trouble recruiting and retaining officers, I guess. And why is that? How has this government cracked that nut? Are they planning to compensate Alberta police officers at a higher rate than the RCMP? Are they proposing a police force that will balance police officers with social services providers? Have they dialed in the answer to stress and the burnout in the field? Well, if they've done that, so they are keeping it to themselves. I suspect that they have not done so. I suspect that the hatred for the federal government has blinded them to the reality of the challenges facing modern-day policing. I suspect that they just like what they are seeing in healthcare. That is, rearranging the deck chairs on the Titanic. The big problem is, and it's complex, and rather than leaning into finding real solutions, rather than doing the hard work at finding out the real answers to the problem in policing, they think they can distract Albertans with a big, shiny promise. Albertans, as we have seen, are not so easily fooled. Albertans don't want this extra police force, and this government certainly hasn't elected on a mandate to create it. So, you know, I strongly support this motion, you know, with the Public Safety Statutes Amendment that, you know, we stop reading it now. I support the motion by my colleague, and I continue to stand in against Bill 11. And I thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to speak in the legislation today.
Thank you. Any others wishing to speak to Amendment H1? Seeing none, on Amendment H1, having heard the motion as proposed by the honourable member from Edmonton Decor on behalf of the member for Edmonton Northwest, all those in favour of the motion, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed, please say no. No. That amendment has been defeated. We immediately move to put the question on third reading of Bill 11. On the motion for third reading of Bill 11, Public Safety Statutes Amendment Act 2024, as proposed by the Honourable Deputy Premier and Minister of Public Safety and Emergency Services, all those in favour of the motion, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed, please say no. No. That motion is carried and a division has been called. Please ring the bells, call in the members.
Honourable members, a division has been called on third reading of Bill 11, Public Safety Statutes Amendment Act 2024. All those in favour of the motion for third reading, please rise.
The Honourable Ms. Smith, the Honourable Mr. Guthrie, the Honourable Mr. Dreeshen, the Honourable Mr. Nicolaides, the Honourable Ms. Schultz, the Honourable Mr. Williams, the Honourable Minister LaGrange, the Honourable Mr. Horner, the Honourable Mr. Scow, the Honourable Mr. Ellis, the Honourable Mr. Amory, the Honourable Mr. Newdorf, the Honourable Mr. Lowen, the Honourable Mr. Wilson, the Honourable Mr. Glubish, the Honourable Mr. Nixon, Mr. Long, Mr. Rosewell, the Honourable Mr. Turton, the Honourable Mr. Yassine, the Honourable Mr. McIver, the Honourable Ms. Furr, the Honourable Mr. Jones, the Honourable Mrs. Sawney, Mr. Getson, the Honourable Mr. Sigurdsson, the Honourable Mr. Nally, the Honourable Mr. Hunter, Mr. Van Dyken, Ms. Pitt, Mr. Sear, Mr. Lunty, Mr. Wiebe, Mr. Boychenko, Mr. McDougall, Mr. Wright, Mrs. Petrovic, Mr. Stefan, Mr. Dick, the Honourable Ms. Armstrong-Homenuk, Ms. DeYoung, Mr. Sinclair, Mr. Bouchard, Mr. Singh, Ms. Lovely, and Mrs. Johnson.
All those opposed, please rise.
Ms. Algenaid, Member Hoyle, Honourable Ms. Gray, Honourable Member Ceci, Honourable Ms. Sigurdsson, Ms. Sweet, Dr. Metz, Mr. Haji, Member Tejada, Member Kayandi, Ms. Hayter, Mr. Ellingson, Member Eremenko, Member Batten, Member Brar.
Mr. Speaker, total for the motion 46, total against 15.
Motion is carried and so ordered.
Bill 11, Public Safety Statutes Amendment Act 2024 is now read a third time. Under Government Bills and Orders for second reading, Bill 19, Utilities Affordability Statutes Amendment Act 2024. Adjourned debate, Mr. Kozlowski speaking.
The Honourable Member for Sherwood Park has 10 minutes remaining should he choose to use it. Are there others? The Honourable Member for Lethbridge West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I rise to speak to Bill 19, the Utilities Affordability Statutes Amendment Act. Prior to providing my comments, Mr. Speaker, I just want to recognize the people of Fort McMurray and reiterate our caucus's hope that the evacuation proceeds in the affected communities uneventfully, that those families and businesses, homeowners, renters, and all others, workers, are well supported as they have to evacuate their homes. Some for this now second time in, I guess 8 years. And certainly to reiterate the support from this side of the House and the whole House for all Albertans who are affected by a wildfire. Certainly, as we saw in the response from the Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition today in question period, for many of us, we feel this very deeply, this evacuation, Mr. Speaker. It was a defining moment of our time in government. For me, it was a defining moment of watching the Leader of the Official Opposition's strength, resolve, her iron will to make sure that well-being was in place for as many people as possible under the conditions insofar as it could be possible. Certainly we are here to help make sure that we have good communication from provincial government agencies, from various institutions that have to assist in an evacuation such as this. And we hope that it does not become more widespread than it already has been in the affected communities. So thank you for the opportunity to provide a few of my initial thoughts on that matter, and to reflect on what it means for ordinary people who have their entire lives disrupted in this way. Okay, and now, as they say in Monty Python's Flying Circus, and now for something completely different, Madam Speaker, and that is I'm going to turn my attention to the Utilities Affordability Statutes Amendment Act, and at this stage of debate, of course, being second reading, I want to contextualize the bill and provide some thoughts on affordability and management of the electricity system for today and tomorrow. And indeed, at first pass of this bill, when I first had a look at what it does and the legislative mechanism it employs, it occurred to me, and during the last session I used to rename the bills in my usual way. It wasn't usually complimentary. This one will be similar. Bill 19 should be renamed Solving Yesterday's Problems Tomorrow, should be the actual title of this bill. This bill should be about taking the learnings of what we know about yesterday and applying them to what we think will be the best way to oversee the regulatory environment for the retail side of the electricity system and how it interacts with generation and transmission and distribution. And so that the system can be resilient to what we know is coming tomorrow. And what we know is coming in electricity is basically uncertainty and very fast pace of change. In electricity, things change quickly. The market is dynamic. Decarbonization via electrification means that technology, cost, business environment, all of those things are very fast evolving. There are tremendous opportunities in that dynamic space to reduce costs and therefore cost to consumers of all kinds, farm, residential, consumer, commercial, industrial. The context of this bill is, of course, the spike in costs of the regulated rate option, which began to spike in the summer of 2020 at an alarming rate. At that time, annualized costs on the RRO went from about $274 a year in 2017 to $497 a year in 2020. The actual rate of the RRO spiked between 2020 and 2021. It went from about 6 cents a kilowatt hour in 2018, which was essentially the 10-year average before that, 6.8, 6.9% cents per kilowatt hour, and that is why in up until 2019, electricity rates were capped at that 6.8% cents per kilowatt hour. I don't know why I keep making that mistake. 6.8 cents per kilowatt hour, because that had been the previous 10-year average. 2021, we see the RRO go up to 7.96 cents per kilowatt hour. And then in 2023, we were looking at 23.89 cents per kilowatt hour. So for anyone on the RRO, of course, there's an exodus in this intervening period off the RRO, and we can talk about that in a minute, because that's when this legislation should have come in, is rightfully when we started to see this escalation. Or legislation like it, maybe not exactly this legislation, because I'm not exactly sure what this accomplishes. Anyway, but the point here is that it went up considerably, and anyone who was left holding the bag on the RRO was left paying a massive bill. And I have constituents who would send me screen caps of their bill, and they just didn't understand what was going on. They were just like, can you explain this to me? And I was like, okay, do you have a half an hour of a PhD dissertation? Because that's what it takes to explain how the deregulated market works. You know, like, welcome to the academic lecture on how to keep your bills low. People don't really want that, though, as it turns out. Madam Speaker, they just want an affordable electricity bill. And they shouldn't have to have an advanced degree in economics to understand how to make those choices to keep the lights on in their house. Meanwhile, the lowest cost generation continues, well, to be pretty much between solar PV at the utility scale and gas peaking plants, although solar PV at utility scale has now eclipsed low-cost, levelized cost of energy for natural gas peakers. And here I am referring to Lazard's levelized cost of energy analysis, version 16. This is the definitive source for levelized cost of energy, including capital and operations and maintenance. And for many, many years now, I guess version 16 is probably 16 years or so, Lazard has published basically a comparison between different generation sources. And so, you know, things range from, for example, your onshore wind at $24 to $75 a megawatt hour at an LCOE, to a gas peaker between $115 and $221 per megawatt hour. So actually quite a bit more. It's going up onshore wind is coming down every year, and natural gas is maintaining about the same. And then you have nuclear at 141 to 221, so that's, well, a lot more than onshore wind, for example. And that cost of solar PV at utility scale is now from $24 to $96 per megawatt hour of energy. So that has been the thing that been the generation source that has come down the most rapidly and the most dramatically in the last decade. And then, so we often hear about the government's affection for coal. That's between $68 and $166 per megawatt hour, although in the industrialized world there's not very many building new coal. Gas combined cycle, there's a bunch of different numbers here, but basically between 39 and 101. And so that, you know, we would find kind of probably mid-range of that here in Canada for when they are doing coal to gas conversions. All this is to say is that the lowest cost of generation, which, you know, when you are making the investments for generation, you want to recoup those capital investments off the rate base, which is in fact why the Market Surveillance Administrator in the summer of 2020 observed that companies should be allowed to do economic withholding so they could pay off their cost of capital, which I don't love, and I don't think that economic withholding is the right way in the extremes to go about this. That's sort of a side conversation, but that economic withholding does lead to price spikes for consumers. But nevertheless, your lowest cost generation is something that you want to bring onto the grid, because at the end of the day, the people switching the lights on are going to pay less, because the generators that have taken that risk and made those investments are going to need a lower cost pool price to be able to recover the cost of their investment. So we have a low cost of energy that we could bring onto the grid in responsible fashion, in addition to natural gas generation in the queue and hydro pump storage and a few other ways that Alberta has some competitive advantage. But what happened to that low cost generation, Mr. Speaker? Well, what happened is the government interfered in the market with a Marxist flourish that would make Lenin blush, Mr. Speaker. First, they told private property owners what they can do with their property. So much for the peaceful enjoyment of private property, so much for commerce, so much for estate planning and crop planning, maximizing value of one's own land. They interfered in the rule of law and in independent agencies. Now, we know the Premier does have an affection for interfering in the Crown Prosecution Service, and anyone that who is doing something independently that she doesn't want them to do. We know she wants to break up the ISO. She wants to break them up into planning and regulatory functions. We know she has been serially disappointed in the Alberta Utilities Commission because they're a quasi-judicial body who have been pushing back on her direct political interference and regulatory processes. We know all those things. But we also learned last week, we found out that the CEO of the system operator was forced by pressure from the minister to go tell the public a bunch of falsehoods about the moratorium on new low-cost generation. We know that the CEO of the system operator was asked to say things he did not believe were true. He was pressured to do so by the government-appointed board chair, who told him in writing that it would not be well received if he didn't agree publicly with the minister about the future of the electricity supply. Why would anyone make a final investment decision for anything, including low-cost new generation, under these circumstances? Now, in a functioning democracy, Mr. Speaker, the minister would have had to resign. Here was clear evidence in emails released under Freedom of Information that the CEO of the ISO did not delete, which is interesting that he put all this in writing, that he did not agree with the minister's interference in the private sector's decision to place capital, that he did not agree with the business uncertainty he would create and the investor confidence he would undermine, and the capital flight that the minister would be responsible for as companies chose a jurisdiction with a modicum of respect for the rule of law. That is the context for this bill. It is a government that stood by during the early days of the pandemic and watched the RRO spike in the first instance, instead of, and there were some very simple things that could have been done even without regulatory change in the first instance in the summer of 2020. The Utilities Consumer Advocate should have been empowered with an advertising campaign that made sure that people knew their options to get off the RRO, but instead the government did nothing. Instead of helping people get on those contracts, given it is that retail contracts require credit rating that some people don't have or other requirements for whatever reason, the government could have made some policy or other changes. We were in the House, as I recall, in July of 2020 doing heaven knows what. I think it was privatization of healthcare bill or something. The point here is that we could have gone back into any legislation to figure out how to extend credit products or make exemptions for some of these retail contracts for certain types of folks who could not access a retail contract. There could have been some sort of public guarantee available. We could have had a policy that would help renters use rent paid on time as a way to otherwise prove good credit, even though some of that's federal. Could have waived the credit requirements for some types of consumers if we made regulatory change. Could have worked with social agencies and housing authorities and immigration agencies to help people get on those contracts in a coordinated fashion. Could have investigated economic withholding when the MSA reported in summer 2020 that it was A-OK, because it was clearly not, because it foreshadowed what was going to happen over the next 2 years, which is that spike from 8 cents a kilowatt hour up to 23, 24. But instead of doing that, they let the problem get worse. All of those were options open to the Kenney government right after the largest economic shock in recent history, in memory, when people were feeling scared, they had just lost jobs, they were facing a tremendous amount of uncertainty. Instead of doing any of those things that may have helped, doing just simply the drumbeat of government, they did nothing, and now we have this.
Are there any others wishing to speak to Bill 19? Seeing none, I'm prepared to call the question. The Honourable Minister of Affordability and Utilities to close debate. Waive that. The Honourable Minister of Affordability and Utilities has moved second reading of Bill 19, Utilities Affordability Statutes Amendment Act 2024. Does the Assembly agree to the motion for second reading? All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, please say no. The motion is carried.
Bill 19, Utilities Affordability Statutes Amendment Act 2024 is now read a second time. Committee of the Whole.
Call the committee to order. In front of the committee, we have Bill 16, Red Tape Reduction Statutes Amendment Act 2024. Are there any comments, questions, or amendments to be offered with respect to this bill? The member for Edmonton. Calgary Northeast.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And before I begin talking about this bill, I would like to say that our thoughts are with the people who are being evacuated today, and I hope that they get the supports they need, and I hope they get to return to their homes safely soon. And as it is not easy to get evacuated and leave the homes. Mr. Chair, talking about this bill, the government that we have in Alberta at this point is heavily focused on grabbing the power instead of governing efficiently. And we have seen this from the first day that they got elected, not only in this term, but the previous one as well. They create chaos in the sectors on which Albertans rely on, and then they try to fix those errors that they created, and then they pat themselves on their back to celebrate when they are fixing those errors. And that's exactly what this bill is trying to do, Mr. Chair. This bill is more about fixing UCP errors and less about red tape reduction. As my amazing, talented colleague from Calgary Curry pointed out the other day about how this bill will impact the issues that matter to Albertans, like mental health. Similarly, this bill impacts so many other things, which I will discuss going forward. In this bill, they are repealing ACTA regulation that they failed to proclaim for over 5 years to finally regulate mental health professionals. If this UCP government were focused on this issue 5 years ago, this issue would not have slipped their attention, and we would not have been talking about this at this point. We would have been talking about so many other good things that could have helped Albertans. But unfortunately, Mr. Chair, you know what they were focused on 5 years ago? They were focused on giving billions of dollars to wealthy corporations and their corporate insiders. They were focused on cutting education funding, firing educational assistants, cutting the funding for kids with special needs. They were focused on cutting funding for healthcare, depriving our healthcare sector of the resources that they need. They were hiking tuition costs for the students going to universities. In some cases, 30%. In many cases, they were even 100%. They were focused on lowering the wages for young Albertans who faced double impact of their policies. One, their wages were lowered. They couldn't get enough money that they need to get the basic facilities they need. And secondly, once their wages were lowered, their tuition costs went up, which had double impact on their lives, Mr. Chair. Another thing that they did was they cut AISH payments. They de-indexed, which is a cut, and then they later tried to fix it. And then they try to take credit for that. So that shows that they create chaos, and then they try to fix it, and then they pat themselves on their back, and they try to celebrate, and they try to be the champion of the issues. That's the reality that we have seen in the past government and this current government. And these are just a few things that severely damage the social fabric of this province, that damage those departments on which Albertans heavily rely on. And currently what we are seeing is the lowest education funding per student in Canada. We are seeing rents are gone out of the roof. We are seeing utility and insurance costs skyrocketing in Alberta. We are seeing grocery prices going up. And what this government is doing is basically nothing. All they have done so far is pick up fights with the municipalities. All they have done so far is pick up fights with the federal government. All they believe is that either things should go their way or highway. Like, that's not how things work, Mr. Chair. It is the responsibility of any government to work with all other levels of government, even they don't agree based on their ideology. But unfortunately, we are not seeing this happening. And as my colleague from Calgary today pointed out, that when there was the NDP government, at the federal level, it was the Liberal government. Even before, it was the Conservative government. And it was our leader of the official opposition who worked hard at that point, she was premier, she worked hard to work with all those levels of government without grabbing the power. She forced the federal government to buy that pipeline that has started and will help Alberta sell its natural resource to the world. Mr. Speaker, that's what leadership is. That's how the governments should work. That's how the government has worked under the NDP. We tried to work with all levels of government when we were in government, but we are not seeing that happening at this point in Alberta, and that's unfortunate. That's not what Albertans demand from this government. This government is heavily focused on power grabbing from municipalities and cutting the low-income transit pass that happened and that this government had to take back. And we have seen recently Premier and this government justifying the actions of police in the universities on peaceful protest of students. So these are just a few examples that this government is focused on instead of focusing on the issues that matter to Albertans. And now imagine what this government could do if they have their own police force that they're trying to bring in. They're focused on getting Alberta out of Canada Pension Plan and Alberta Pension Plan, which they never ran on. And they removed salary limits for their friends and boards. They removed the gift limits for themselves. These are just a few things that they have done that I've seen happening in this House, and unfortunately, none of these things have helped Albertans. And they did this all without consulting with Albertans. And similarly, many things in this bill have been put forward in the bill without consulting with Albertans. And that's the serious issue that we need to discuss. In this bill, this government is asking the College of Alberta psychologists to regulate councillors, but the question is, has this government or has the minister consulted with those people who are being impacted? No, Mr. Speaker, we haven't seen any kind of consultation happening. CAP lacks resources at this point, and this government knows that. It's not a news to them. They already know about it. But UCP has done nothing to address that lack of resources for CAP. UCP must step up and provide the resources they need so that they can function properly. And why I say this, Mr. Speaker, is because UCP's track record on healthcare is not something that can be trusted. UCP draws the inspiration from ultra-right-wing Chicago boys ideology, the ideology of Milton Friedman, Margaret Thatcher, Ronald Reagan, the ideology of cutting the funding, reducing and cutting the funding on healthcare. And then people get upset, and then they try to privatize it. That's the three-step process that they follow to private healthcare and other public institutions. They tried that with the Alberta Lab Services in Calgary, and that failed, Mr. Chair. Premier promised to fix healthcare in 90 days. She said this about 2 years ago, if I'm not wrong. She didn't fix that. Instead, we have seen Alberta Health Board torn up, and their insiders and their people that belong to their ideology are getting chairs on those boards. Albertans are relying at this point on hallway medicine and mortal medicine. That's not what Albertans deserve. That's not what Albertans voted for. UCP continues to impact income and Employment Sports Act under this bill. And IE Act will be impacted under Section 6(1)A and B, and let me share some details on that as well, Mr. Chair. This is a change in the IE Act where they changed the definition of who is included, and it seems to me that it makes access more restrictive. The amendment takes out both the McCullough Center and recognized shelters for people escaping abuse, leaving it more to the discretion of the minister on what organizations would qualify. The rest of the EI program has a different system, which also accounts the number of the children. So there are so many things that are impacted under this bill, and unfortunately, none of this has been consulted with these people. In this bill, the UCP also repealed Rural Electrification Loan Act and Rural Electrification Long-Term Financing Act. These are the two acts that will be impacted under this bill. And again, we have seen the record of UCP of consulting the issues that matter to rural municipalities, rural communities. They're worried about policing in those rural communities, and they try to say that that people on this side of the aisle don't care about rural Alberta. That's completely not true. We do care about all Albertans, whether they live in Calgary, whether they live in Edmonton or other big cities like Lethbridge. We care about all Albertans. Doesn't matter where their postal code is. We care because they are humans. They are the most precious asset of this province. We care about all Albertans, and any claims that the members on the other side make about rural versus urban kind of municipalities is completely not true. Their politics is based on division. Their politics is based on these kind of wedges, which on this side of the House, all MLAs do not agree with, and we stand up for all Albertans. And let me share something about small businesses that they also claim that they care deeply about. That is also not true. They say that they care about small businesses, but when it comes to the real test, Mr. Chair, they have failed not once, they have failed many times. Beginning of this year, small businesses were supposed to pay back CEBA loan, and Alberta businesses were struggling. Their sales were not at the pre-pandemic level. There were all kind of reports that were available to this UCP government that proved that, and we met with so many small businesses in Alberta. They shared the same concern. Unfortunately, this UCP government did nothing. On this side of the House, being a small business critic, I also proposed to this UCP government that they can use ATB to provide the loans to small businesses that could have helped them to pay the CEBA loan and save $20,000, Mr. Chair. But unfortunately, this UCP government continued to pick up fights with the federal government instead of helping the struggling small businesses right here in Alberta. And those small businesses were not just in Calgary and Edmonton. Those small businesses were in rural communities as well that they claim that they care about. In previous 4 years, 5 years, we have seen from this UCP government, they have cut healthcare funding, which has impacted more rural communities than urban communities. Again, that shows that the members on the other side, they don't care about Albertans. All they care about is the wedge between the rural communities and the urban communities. That's not true, Mr. Chair. Unfortunately, we are seeing the government that is heavily focused on power grab. And let me also share some stories about what small business owners are saying, what their priorities are, and what this government is not doing to address those priorities. I met with a small business owner in my constituency, and that small business owner works in a construction industry. He said that folks in the construction industry are struggling to find work. And being an MLA, being the representative of that small business owner and that individual, I met with that person and asked that what can I do or what can members on our side do to help those small businesses. And he said that, can you pass on a simple message to this government that they can begin building more schools in Calgary Northeast. They can begin building more hospitals in Calgary Northeast. And
order has been called by the Deputy Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I've been listening diligently to the speech at hand, and it's fascinating, though not at all related to red tape reduction in Bill 16, as we continue to hear more and more about funding on healthcare and schools in Northeast. I cannot wait to get back to the matter at hand, which is seizing the intention of those at home of red tape reduction in Bill 16.
The Opposition House Leader.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I disagree with the Government Deputy House Leader. I have also been listening intently to my colleague on the debate around Bill 16. I would note that Bill 16, as well as being the 8th red tape reduction bill, is also a relatively large omnibus bill that touches on a number of things, including income and employment supports, a number of different acts. As a wide-ranging bill, it makes sense that my members' comments are also wide-ranging. I do not think that there's a point of order here, and I hope that my member is allowed to continue.
I will not consider this a point of order at this time. I do believe that the member needs to really focus on the bill at hand, but as Opposition House Leader has referred to, it is covering many aspects in the bill, and so I will concur with the Opposition House Leader and ask the member to proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And let me tell you something relevant to this bill. The bill would double the length of the Red Tape Reduction Act from 480 words to 849 words and add 17 new regulatory requirements. I hope this satisfies the members on the other side, that how this bill will impact Albertans and how this bill will impact red tape reduction. They care about red tape reduction, Mr. Speaker, but they don't care about the issues that matter to Albertans. And before I was talking about the issues that matter to Albertans, and what the members on the other side want to talk about is anything else other than the issues that impact Albertans. So, the reason I sit in this assembly is because I get to represent the people that I meet on a regular basis in my constituency. So I'll share the story that I was talking about. That I met with a small business owner in my constituency who is a construction worker, and as I was telling that he wanted me to convey the simple message to the members on the other side that they need to build more schools instead of bringing these. Instead of bringing in Bill 18, Bill 20, and all those unnecessary bills, because his job and his income relies on the job that he's not getting, because they are not building more schools, they are not building more hospitals in the community. So this is something that they need to look at. He said that all the bills that UCP is bringing does not help him. His insurance has gone up, his utilities have gone up, his fuel has gone up because of the fuel tax that this UCP government introduced. And they have all skyrocketed. He was upset that his university-going son need to pay higher tuition costs under this UCP government. I met with another constituent, Mr. Chair, and he shared same kind of issues with me, that this is not the government that he voted for, this is not the government that he deserves, and I request all the members to vote against Bill 11, 12, 18, 20, and all the bills that has nothing to do with to help Albertans. With that, Mr. Chair, thank you for giving me the time to share my views on this bill.
Any other members wishing to speak to Bill 16, Red Tape Reduction Statutes Amendment Act? Member from Calgary, Curry.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm pleased to be able to speak in committee today in regards to Bill 16, the Red Tape Reduction Amendments Act. As my colleague just rightly pointed out, there are 17 sections of this act, touching on everything from surface rights to libraries, Commercial Tenancies Protection Act, and indeed the Mental Health Services Protection Act. And it's that particular section that I'd like to speak to today. Since having the honor of being elected almost 1 year ago, Mr. Chair, I have had the opportunity to work with a really wonderful group of stakeholders on this particular file. The leadership of the Association of Counseling Therapy of Alberta has just been amazing to work with. They have been such an incredibly hardworking and diligent group of stakeholders, and working for years, 5 years and more, Mr. Chair, on this particular issue. And I really do tip my hat to the leadership, to the board, to all of the members of ACTA for their incredible work that they have done, sometimes side of desk, very much unpaid, and in good faith, with the understanding that all of that effort and all of those resources and all of that time wasn't for naught, Mr. Chair, that it was being done in the belief that all of that work would culminate in the in a college of counseling therapy, to ensure that counseling therapists would finally be regulated in the province of Alberta, to ensure that the people accessing those services were guaranteed value and safety and assurance of practice with a level of oversight and commitment that both brought legitimacy to the practice and also safety to the public. And so my compliments to all of the work of the Association of Counseling Therapy. Just a few months ago, Mr. Chair, there was a change announced from the minister opposite to let us know that this government would choose to take a different tack. That being that the Association of Counseling Therapy would no longer be the precursor to a college of counseling therapy, but rather that moves would be made to bring counseling therapists under the umbrella of the College of Alberta Psychologists. Now, in the last few months, I have also had the opportunity to get to know the leadership at CAP, and similarly, I really do look forward to advocating where appropriate, where it is in fact helpful, to ensure that this work can continue along. Because one thing that has become abundantly clear is that the leadership of both of these very important stakeholder groups share the same objective, and that is to bring the utmost assurance of safety and practice and quality of practice to Albertans, because that time and that kind of oversight and regulation is long overdue. And so I want to make sure that I'm prefacing any further comments with that as a very major condition, that ACTA and CAP are both deeply committed to moving that process forward on behalf of Albertans, on behalf of the individuals that they may one day have the privilege to serve. I've got only the very roughest numbers at the top of my head in terms of the actual membership that we're talking about here, but at latest count, there were more than 4,000 counseling therapists operating in Alberta, again, with no degree of oversight or regulation for their practice. These are individuals with a great deal of education, with a great deal of expertise, and it is high time that we treat them with the legitimacy that that sector deserves. ACTA and CAP, and I think everybody on this side of the chambers would all agree that time is upon us. But as I mentioned, all of that work has taken place up until, relatively recently. All of that work had taken place in good faith that government would in fact move ahead with this gesture, but they have not. Multiple health ministers gave their green light, gave ACTA their blessing to continue forward with engaging of members. I've already had the opportunity here and the real privilege to submit a petition with thousands of signatures supporting this move. The initial legislation was passed with unanimous consent in 2019, and yet somehow 24 months ago, things changed. And it really did hit a bit of a wall, and I think that that's very unfortunate given the amount of resourcing and the effort that had already been applied. Counseling therapists contributed over $1.2 million toward building the college, as well as thousands of volunteer hours, Mr. Chair. They did this work while government kind of waffled and hemmed and hawed on whether or not this was actually something that they wanted to deal with, which ministry was going to be responsible for doing that. Ultimately, this does fall under the green light of the Health Professions Act, but there is a great deal of work to be done before that. And I think that's something that is incredibly important as we move forward with this new kind of journey that government has now set ACTA upon when it comes to identifying CAP as the regulatory college. And so Bill 16 proposes to repeal the piece of legislation that can facilitate the creation of a college of counseling therapy. Now, I think, unfortunately, that this is a terribly premature decision because we take that section of what was initially in the Health Statutes Amendment Act of 2020, we take that off the books. And where does it leave us? Where does it leave ACTA? Where does it leave the regulation of counseling therapists? I have already stood up to say where does it certainly leave addictions counselors and child and youth care counselors who are not included in this transition to the College of Psychologists in any way. And so certainly this is going to be a reorientation, and it's one that stakeholders are game for. I really hope that this government is equally keen to advance this in as expedited a way as possible. But when we look at some of the figures that have already been spent by the Association of Counseling Therapists, $1.2 million to get them to where they are now, and we see now that a new transition for ACTA to the College of Psychologists has yet to be resourced by this government. This is not an undertaking to happen side of desk. It requires significant planning, kind of staging, onboarding, some very important questions around self-regulation, around grandparenting. And on that note, I want to just add a couple of other mentions here. So again, this is not a simple thing. There's a great deal of complexity. We have a number of social workers in our caucus who are right there on the front lines when it came to forming a college of social work. They can attest to what a significant endeavor this actually is that requires a lot of time and it requires a lot of money. And so speaking again to the complexity, it has been raised and brought to my attention that it is customary that when a new profession is regulated, the education standards set for those newly entering the field are not to be applied retroactively to the current workforce. It is essential that the public continue to receive and access counseling services with the protection provided under HPA, the Health Professions Act, that future risk is mitigated by upholding the education and training standards set today for those entering the field, and that current risk is reduced by grandparenting counseling therapists working in the field today who have acquired a minimum level of competencies. I don't know exactly where this is going to land with the College of Psychologists, but these are the very meaty and tough questions that are going to have to be kind of sorted through by the individuals responsible for that undertaking. It is not going to be fast, it is not going to be cheap, but what we certainly know is that this process can't be slowed down any further. They have already waited 5 years, Mr. Chair. I don't think Albertans have the patience, nor should they be asked, to wait another 5 years to get some basic assurances that the services that they are paying for are in fact what they are going to get in return. On the self-regulation front, a simple piece here around counseling therapists regulating themselves, so that it's not psychologists who are setting the kind of standards of practice or all of those multiple facets that are required here. In fact, it's counseling therapists who hold equal weight around the decision-making table so that they are making decisions. The best people who understand the sector are those, in fact, in it, and that they need to be the ones who are, in fact, regulating themselves, again, within the umbrella of College of Alberta Psychologists. That is certainly a move that is being done in other jurisdictions where there are fewer colleges, not more, where colleges are in fact regulating a number of different professions. But one can imagine that the logistical, the liability undertakings that college then is volunteering to take on requires some due diligence, requires some regimented planning, and that is certainly going to require some resourcing. So without any further ado, Mr. Chair, I will probably leave it at that. Once again, my compliments to ACTA, my compliments to CAP on what I hope is going to be a very fruitful and expedited endeavor to ensure that counseling therapists in Alberta are in fact regulated and assured the legitimacy and the protections that everybody else working in the care industry ought to have. I look forward to speaking with this government about how we can make sure that addictions counselors and child and youth care counselors come next. Thank you very much.
Are there any other members wishing to speak to Bill 16? Ready for the question on Bill number 16, Red Tape Reduction Statutes Amendment Act? On the clauses of the bill, are you agreed? Agreed. Are you opposed? No. Carried. On the title and preamble, are you agreed? Agreed. Opposed? Carried. Shall the bill be reported? Are you agreed? Agreed. Any opposed? Carried. Members, we now move to Committee of the Whole on Bill 19, Utilities Affordability Statutes Amendment Act 2024. Are there any members wishing to make comments? I'll recognize the Minister for Affordability and Utilities.
Thank you. Just want to address the House that Bill 19 is one more step forward in Alberta's seeking to find affordability for all Albertans. This is on top of the over $700,000 we spent last year to inform Albertans about the rates that they're on top of the nearly $1 billion we spent in 2022 for the electricity rebate program. This bill seeks to reduce costs for the local access fee and raise awareness on the RO, now to be renamed the rate of last resort. It is the beginning of much more work that we seek to do, whether that's demand-side management, time of use rates, transmission regulations, or the restructuring of the energy market. I look forward to the debate in this chamber.
The member for Chestmere Strathmore.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The Premier has made it clear from the start that our government will always put Albertans first, and I'm incredibly proud of the work that this government is doing to lower the cost of utility bills for Albertans, including small businesses and farms. Bill 19 is yet another example of how our government is putting Albertans first. And Mr. Chair, it's no secret that electricity in Alberta has unique complexities. However, I would have expected the members opposite to at least have an adequate understanding of how our utility market works, but that just doesn't seem to be the case. For example, last week, the member for Edmonton Ellerslie gave a passionate but very ill-informed member statement. Seems that that member was mistaken, because what he was asking for is exactly what we are already doing, which is ensuring that we do have dispatchable baseload capacity that's available when we need it. That's called natural gas, not wind and solar like he suggested. He said, quote, "We don't need production running at all times." Well, that member should know that renewables are not dispatchable, and in fact, we do need baseload power running at all times to meet Albertans' needs. And based on how the NDP ran the province, economics is not their strong suit. And as someone passionate about ensuring folks are well informed, I'd like to take this opportunity to dispel some of the misconceptions that the members opposite have and explain to them how Alberta's electricity market actually works. To quote the members opposite, Bill 19 is just scratching the surface. While Bill 19 addresses a few specific parts of the electricity system, everything is interconnected, and that's why we're reviewing all aspects of Alberta's electricity system as we work to help lower Albertans' utility bills. Since the members opposite seem to be unaware, our government has already taken action to lower utility bills and protect Alberta's ratepayers through Bill 19 by lowering and stabilizing local access fees, as well as ensuring Albertans are better informed about their electricity options by renaming the default electricity rate to be the rate of last resort. As well, Mr. Chair, we are restricting the practice of economic withholding through a new market power mitigation regulation, which is estimated to save Albertans over $1 billion on their power bills over the next few years. We are also enabling innovative solutions such as proactive distribution planning, energy storage, and on-site generation and self-supply with export by proclaiming the Electricity Statutes Modernizing Alberta's Electricity Grid Amendment Act. We are providing Albertans with information and support through the Utilities Consumer Advocate. We are announcing plans to restructure Alberta's electricity market to support long-term affordability. And, Mr. Chair, we have provided Albertans with nearly $1 billion in monthly rebates directly to their power bills through the electricity rebate rate program. We are doing the work that the NDP failed to do. And I consistently hear from members opposite that the government is, quote, banning renewables when that's obviously not the case. There are currently over 3,300 megawatts of wind and solar projects under construction, and 8 renewable generation projects have already been approved by the AUC this year. If they won't listen to members on this side of the House, perhaps they'll take it from the NDP leadership candidate that many of them have endorsed. Mr. Nenshi corrected the record just 2 weeks ago and said, quote, "I've heard you say it many times, but you know there's no ban at the moment." He went on to say, quote, "We should be honest with people and say that the ban isn't there anymore. Mr. Chair, it's disingenuous to claim that there is a ban on renewables, and I think the members opposite know that. The NDP puts renewables on a pedestal, claiming that there's some sort of silver bullet to lower utility bills, while at the same time conveniently ignoring that it was the NDP government's policies for renewables that have contributed massively to why utility bills have increased so drastically in the past decade. Because when we went from only a few reliable coal power plants to hundreds of renewables scattered across the province, and because the ISO is obligated to connect these generators to the grid regardless of cost, transmission and distribution costs have skyrocketed on Alberta's utility bills, thanks to the NDP failing to ensure responsible development. These NDP policies caused transmission and distribution costs to increase by more than 500%, which are paid almost entirely by consumers. And the NDP had failed to recognize that their electricity policies were a disaster, and they continue to fail to bring forward realistic solutions. Mr. Chair, I also regularly hear the members opposite promoting every single non-emitting generation source, except for nuclear. And I truly wonder why they explicitly exclude nuclear when nuclear is clearly a reliable, emission-free solution. That's interesting. And perhaps it's simply an oversight. However, I think that the obvious answer is to look once again at the fact that the NDP would rather support their corporate friends in the renewable industry than put Albertans first. And that's no surprise, considering that the NDP has continuously defended bad actor corporations this session, even going as far as to protest the fact that we are no longer allowing corporations to build industrial developments in front of UNESCO heritage sites. Shame. On top of this, economic withholding only became an issue because the NDP's accelerated coal phase-out significantly reduced baseload supply. Unlike the members opposite, our government has taken action to limit economic withholding. Mr. Chair, while many of us were not in this chamber at the time, it's astounding that the members opposite would look back at the NDP's electricity train wreck and think it's something to boast about, especially considering the fact that we're still dealing with the consequences of their poor policy to the tune of $100 million a year. In 2023, Alberta saw 92% of all renewables investment in this country. And to be clear, that is thanks to our energy-only deregulated market. In every other province, renewables can only be built at the request of that government. Considering that, Alberta is effectively the only market open for business in Canada. Mr. Chair, I heard the member from Calgary-Glenmore claim that we are making these decisions from a place of, quote, urban privilege, which completely fails to recognize that on this side of the House, we are the party that represents rural Alberta. And our constituents deserve to have their say about developments in their community, just like urban Albertans. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I have never seen a wind turbine the size of the Calgary Tower being developed in the backyards of Calgarians or Edmontonians. What I have seen, though, Mr. Chair, are days-long council meetings where Calgarians line up to tell their city council that 5-story apartment complexes are too tall for their residential neighbourhoods. So let me be clear. Our government policies on renewables address the requests of Albertans, the people that we represent. Now, the NDP point out the fact that ensuring renewable development is responsible has the potential to limit municipalities' revenues. However, just like with local access fee, it is never appropriate for a municipality to rake in hundreds of millions of dollars in revenue at the expense of Albertans. And to quote the Reeve of the Municipal District of Pincher Creek, Rick Lemire, quote, "It's important to us, the money, but it's the residents that we are looking after." Now, bear in mind that the MD of Pincher Creek is home to a significant portion of the province's renewable developments and received over 30% of their 2022 revenue from renewables. However, Mr. Lemire said that people in his area would rather pay higher land taxes than see more wind turbines. Now, I suppose I shouldn't have expected the NDP to actually have consulted with rural Albertans to understand their perspectives, considering the whole Bill 6 debacle, but it's astonishing how the NDP continues to claim that they know better than rural Albertans about what our rural communities need. And the same goes for the changes to the local access fee formula. I am shocked that any member of this House would oppose changes to Calgary's local access fee formula, yet one of the members opposite did. Considering she represents Calgarians, I would expect at a bare minimum that she would understand that our own constituents want and deserve lower, more fair local access fees. But if she wants to continue to advocate for the City of Calgary to collect hundreds of millions of dollars off the backs of struggling Calgarians, that's $303 million in fees for 2023 alone, then be my guest. We'll see how constituents feel about that at the ballot box. And like, Mr. Chair, with every other aspect I mentioned, the members opposite don't seem to understand how our electricity market works. They claim that our policies will reduce the number of Albertans on the default electricity rate and lament the exodus of Albertans on the RO. Well, let's be clear. Yes, we do want people to get off the RO and should celebrate the hundreds of thousands of Albertans who have already done so. Mr. Chair, I know they didn't look at the numbers for their 2023 platform's costed budget, but I strongly encourage them to actually look at the numbers here. Now, Alberta has seen historic population growth in the past year, which has offset the number of people leaving the default rate. Now, Mr. Chair, I don't want to belabor this debate much longer, but what I do want to know is whose side are the NDP on? Because it is certainly not the side of Albertans. Thank you.
Member for Calgary Glenmore to speak.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It is a pleasure to rise again and speak on Bill 19. The Utilities Affordability Statutes Amendment Act was fun and interesting to listen to the passionate conversation here. I'm glad the political staffer helped in writing that. Mr. Chair, I do appreciate the intent.
Mr. Speaker, I remember the opposition House Leader rising to exactly this point when I made a similar comment earlier, trying to draw staffing into the conversation. I would ask the member opposite to please withdraw. It doesn't befit decorum in this House, and ask that going forward we respect the words spoken by our colleagues elected to this chamber.
I apologize. Thank you.
Apology accepted. You can proceed.
Mr. Chair. I do appreciate the intention of clarifying the term regulated in the RO name to Albertans. For years, this name has suggested that it is a stable price, it is a regulated price, but it was anything but that. The name has always been misleading, so I do appreciate the name change. In fact, it seems that this is not the first attempt at changing the name. I've shared this with the minister too. Back in 2014, the PC government of the day introduced Bill 201, the Electric Utilities Transparency and Billing Amendment Act. That was back in 2014. And the government of the day asked the Commission to provide recommendations to improve transparency in the billing of customers and the format of bills sent to customers. The bill was also going to replace the term regulated rate to the variable market rate, which is probably more accurate, actually. And it's interesting because the Minister of Municipal Affairs was part of the PC cabinet back in 2014. He could have done something about the RO by moving this bill along, but nothing really materialized with that bill. The Minister of Municipal Affairs kept telling us, and multiple times, that changing the RO calculation and the local access fee is an example of why the UCP needs Bill 20. Again, it's surprising because he was a minister when Bill 201 was introduced in 2014, passed 3 readings, and received the royal assent on December 17, 2014. As a member of cabinet, the current Minister of Municipal Affairs and as a former municipal councillor, he could have done something about the RO. And Bill 20 never existed back then, because at least that government respected our democracy. Now, I'm not going to hash out what happened to Bill 201 back in 2014, Mr. Chair. I want to focus on the intention of Bill 19, which will pave the way to create regulations at some point, to create default plans through hedging or procuring for 2 years in advance. I think it is a reasonable thing to do because many Albertans don't look at their electricity bills often or don't have the time or interest to shop for better rates. So having a default price can be effective. But again, Mr. Chair, the timing of this change is late. The UCP are essentially closing the barn door after the horses have bolted. Electricity expert Blake Schaefer wrote about this and actually said, and I quote here, "Making these changes now, especially in the name of affordability, is a little like showing up to a street fight and telling your bloodied friend, 'I've got your back.'" End quote. The crisis has passed, Mr. Chair. The time for these changes was 3 years ago, when Albertans were paying some of the highest electricity prices in the country and in Alberta's history. And as the honorable member from Lethbridge West called it, solving yesterday's problems tomorrow. I think that was really accurate. Not only that, but Albertans on the RRO are still paying the price cap that the UCP government put in place. We still don't know what the government will do about that. I would like to understand what will happen with that debt. The UCP put a 13.5 cents cap back in early 2023. It came with a hefty price tag, around $200 million. And that's being repaid by all remaining RRO customers until December 2024. As the government encourages Albertans to get off the RRO, the number of customers over which that cost gets spread will dwindle. We had expected the government to pay the cap debt, but they haven't. We need to understand whether they plan to pay that debt off or not. Not many people have the privilege and luxury to get out of the RRO. I said this before and I say it again. The most vulnerable will stay on the RRO rate. The ones with harder socioeconomic backgrounds, the newcomers with no credit history in our country, the ones with lower credit scores. And they will not qualify because many utility companies require credit scores. And under the new rate, the rate of the last resort, these vulnerable Albertans will face the same challenge. They still cannot change the rate to other competitive rates. They would be stuck with that rate. This is the problem, Mr. Chair. Some Albertans who benefit from the cap can flee these rates and avoid the cost, leaving the most vulnerable covering the burden. Another unclear part of this bill is the duration risk, Mr. Chair. We still don't have details on how the rate of last resort will be a fixed rate for 2 years. We will assume that when government kicks off this new rate, and on day one, this 2-year rate of last resort should be similar to the competitive retail rates. Now, what if the default rate is actually stuck there for 2 years? We have 2 scenarios here. The first scenario, the prices rise. The default rate of last resort remains lower than the market. Albertans will rush to lock in, leaving any floating options and new customers selecting the default. The default provider is now under-hedged and loses money. Now, the second scenario is that prices fall and the default rate now remains higher than the market. Customers leave, fleeing to floating plans or now cheaper competitive fixed rates. The default provider is overhedged and loses money. So in both cases, the default provider loses money. And this is called duration risk in mortgage markets. So the question remains, who will cover that loss? Will Albertans be charged to recover those losses on all bills or not? My concern is that this loss will be covered by Albertans, adding more cost to people, and especially the most vulnerable, Mr. Chair. Now, we need to zoom out of the minutiae here and talk about the challenges in the electricity sector as a whole. The electricity system will evolve to be the backbone of the future energy system. To limit global temperature increases, a range of scenarios show that global final energy consumption must shift from 20% to 50, 70% electricity by 2050. That's based on many scenarios. This is a massive economy transformation and will require a fulsome reimagining of our energy systems. But this is the government that imposed a moratorium on renewables. This is the government halting new, low-cost, low-emission energy supply from entering the market during that moratorium. It is well known that increasing competition in the market is key to reducing electricity prices and addressing the affordability crisis that government has presided over in Alberta. In fact, Mr. Chair, I found this gem on the Alberta Electricity System Operators Year in Review. It was just published a couple of weeks ago. So in 2023, and I quote from the ISO's report, the annual average pool price for wholesale electricity fell approximately 18% from 2022 to $133.63 per megawatt hour. One of the drivers for the lower price was increased competition in the energy market from new wind and solar generation. End quote. Mr. Chair, it is unconscionable that this government has first banned renewables, then imposed vague and arbitrary rules on low-cost energy supply, causing massive uncertainty in a booming renewable sector and causing massive instability. We have known all along that the renewables moratorium was a political decision, and FOIP documents finally confirmed that this ban was not requested by the ISO like the Premier had claimed. Last week, however, there's this new character that entered this constantly shifting story, the ISO board chair. The Premier is now telling us that she had a chat with the board chair, who was appointed by the UCP. And the next thing we know is a renewables ban with zero consultations with experts and industry and cancellations of multi-billion projects in Alberta. Did the Premier unilaterally decide this ban with her senior advisor at the Premier's office? We know that Take Back Alberta delegates voted against renewables at the UCP AGM. We wouldn't have seen TransAlta's project cancellation if it wasn't for the UCP's political interference. The loss of municipal revenue from these projects in rural Alberta would have helped pay for services and helped the rural economy and improve affordability for Albertans. So the question is, how much municipal revenue in rural Alberta is the Premier willing to sacrifice for her upcoming leadership review? It must be the urban privilege ruling from the comfortable chair of the Premier's office in Edmonton. And where is the Minister of Red Tape Reduction who is allowing all this red tape? The moratorium, the terrible and new red tape added to build renewable projects? Yesterday he claimed he reduced red tape by 33%, but how about the 1,000% increase in red tape in the renewable sector? But I digress, Mr. Chair. Again, I do think Bill 19 is just scratching the surface. And while I do appreciate the clarity around the name and the hedging element to it to provide stability in the long term, it is still missing the forest for the trees. The damage and the policy uncertainty happening right now in our electricity sector will take years to fix. The government needs to focus on restoring investors' confidence in our province and to attract low-cost energy and low-cost technologies. Nevertheless, I will be supporting this bill, Mr. Chair. I thank the Minister of Affordability and Utilities for his work on this bill. I do thank him for his engagement and conversations with me as well. And I encourage the government to find solutions for the questions and the unintended consequences I shared. So will the government cover the cap price debt to protect the most vulnerable who will remain on the IRO? Will they find solutions for the duration risk and who will be paying for that loss? I hope it's not Albertans. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Are there any others wishing to make comment? The Minister for Municipal Affairs.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate the opportunity to speak with this bill and just correct some of what we heard. I think the member made a comment about a bill. It was a 201, which the NDP repealed, I understand, when they were in government. But that's not the only mistake I heard. Well, actually, some of what the member said was correct, but it was out of context. I think what the member talked about in a previous government in 2014 when I was a minister and made no effort to repeal RRO rules. Well, there's a reason for that, Mr. Chair. The RRO rules were fine then, because back then electricity was 3 cents a kilowatt hour until the NDP put their mitts on it in 2015, and then after a couple of years of messing up the market and causing things to go through the roof by prematurely ending coal, the price was up closer to a dime. And actually at that point, from 3 cents when they started per kilowatt hour for electricity, they actually thought they were doing Albertans a favor by capping it at about 8 cents. After all tripling the price, and they said, what heroes we are. We tripled your price and we capped it at that tripled price. How great are we? That's NDP. That's how they win. That's how they say they win anyways. And that's what the member failed to mention, is the fact the NDP messed up this market so badly, that was so stable and so affordable for so long, and they actually botched the job. Like most of the jobs that they had when they were in government, they messed up the electricity market that bad. So yeah, nobody tried to fix the RO. The RO wasn't a problem until the folks across the aisle got their mitts on the market, got their mitts on the government, and actually made everything in Alberta work more poorly, less affordable, didn't make sense. Millions of dollars, that the balancing pool was in balance, and now they're still paying millions of dollars over years to make up for the mistakes that the NDP made. Mr. Speaker, I'll keep it short, but let's just say that's just a small portion of the many mistakes they made over there during their, wait for it, one term in office, the only government that got fired after one term in office in the entire history of Alberta.
Any other comments? Seeing none, are you ready for the question on Bill? The Minister for Utilities and Affordability is ready.
Sorry, Mr. Chair. I did want to have just a couple of very quick comments. Just for a little bit more context, Bill 201 was brought forward by a Wild Rose member in opposition. In 2014, it was passed. While being proclaimed, it was repealed in 2018. And while I wish I could have done a lot more work a lot faster, the legislative sitting session doesn't always match the weather schedule. And we were moving as quickly as we could to get legislation in place to help with that. The members opposite did ask a little bit about the cap and deferral program. That ends at the end of this year. Currently there are somewhere just over 500,000 individuals in Alberta who are on the regulated rate option. Paying off the last of that deferred debt, which was at its peak just over $220 million. It is now down to $107 million. It is anticipated, if you do the math, we're almost halfway through the year, we're over halfway paid off. And each individual on that only has an additional 2.5 to 4 cents per kilowatt hour on that. So it is a minor increase on that. Again, they are encouraged to seek out other rates that will work better for them. They have the Utilities Consumer Advocate to help them do that. And that debt, if there is anything left at the end of this year, before Bill 19, should it be passed, comes into effect on January 1st. It would be then up to the government, our ministry, as well as Treasury Board to decide what to do with anything left. But at this point, it is not anticipated that there will be any debt left. There was comments about the length of hedging period and that someone would have to pay that difference. Right now, that's how the market works anyways. Retailers take that risk in the deferral product. They're only allowed to hedge out to 3 months, which is why they can't pass very much savings onto those rates. If the rate changes within that 3 months, they take that they take that risk themselves right now. We are actually allowing them to spread that risk over a longer period of time so they can recover that cost. People will still move in and out, so we think that will be much safer. That is part of the beauty and challenge of a private market. And one last comment that I will make as well, the construction of renewables or the generation cost of renewables is low. That is not what they're paid. That is not our market structure right now. So they get paid the clearinghouse, the strike price, which means that that benefit of having very, very low cost generation isn't being passed on to consumers, particularly when it's offset by lack of generation hours and prices peak, which we've seen that volatility increase, which is why the average price over 2023 was almost triple what it was in previous years because of that volatility. Renewals have never been the enemy. Their intermittency is a unique challenge that needs to be corrected with our market design because volatility adds cost to consumer. And we are still building renewables. In 2022, there are 16 projects approved. In 2023, there is 10. And already in 2024, only halfway through the year, there have been 8 projects approved. We are still building the most renewable projects in all of Canada, and we are doing it while fixing our market structure. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Any other members wishing to make comments? I see none. You ready for the question? On Bill number 19, Utilities Affordability Statutes Amendment Act 2024. On the clauses of the bill, are you agreed? Any opposed? That's carried. On the title and preamble, are you agreed? Any opposed? That's carried. Shall the bill be reported? Are you agreed? Any opposed? That's carried. Honourable Deputy Government House Leader.
Mr. Chair, I move that the committee rise and report on Bills 16 and Bill 19.
Having heard the motion as proposed by the Honourable Deputy Government House Leader, are you agreed? Any opposed? That's carried. The Honourable Member from Bonnyville, Cold Lake, St. Paul.
Mr. Speaker, the Committee of the Whole has under consideration certain bills. The committee reports the following bills: Bill 16 and Bill 19.
Does the Assembly concur in the report? All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, please say no. That is so ordered. Carried and so ordered.
Government Bills and Orders for third reading. Bill 17, Canadian Centre of Recovery Excellence Act. Honourable Mr. Williams.
The Honourable Minister for Mental Health and Addictions.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to move third reading of Bill 17, Canadian Centre Recovery Excellence Act. And Mr. Speaker, what I want to do in my first speech moving this legislation in third reading is to give a sense of the outline of the purpose of why we have this bill and what we hope to achieve with it. Now, as you know, the bill will create the Canadian Centre Recovery Excellence, known as CORE for short. This is necessary legislation that will create an organization to conduct data analysis and research in mental health and addiction services in the province. We'll be looking at best practices and make policy recommendations and be able to evaluate current programming that is offered in the province of Alberta so that we can make improvements to our healthcare system specific to mental health and addiction, much like the Health Quality Council of Alberta is capable of doing within the health system. I would argue that this is a good thing, Mr. Speaker, that one can benefit Albertans as a whole as we build a healthcare system for mental health and addiction like no other government in Canada has ever seen. And to do that, Mr. Speaker, we need to be reliant on the best possible evidence and data available internationally around research and academia, but also the data information we see currently in our healthcare system, but intersecting as well with justice, intersecting as well with seniors, community and social services, intersecting as well with data across all government when it comes to dealing with what is probably one of the most challenging and contracted policy challenges that we face in the Western world today. In the past, and up to this point, we've relied upon recommendations made by Mental Health and Addiction Advisory Council and by the Recovery Expert Advisory Panel to build out Alberta's recovery-oriented system of care in the catalyst as we design this policy. Each of these were made up of experts in the field, well-respected doctors, researchers, academics, medical professionals that looked at the evidence and to advise our policy moving forward. From this, we have committed to build out our treatment capacity at record rates, increasing publicly funded spaces by over 55% since 2019. We adopted the recovery community model of care and will build a total of 11 facilities of these therapeutic living communities across the province. 2 of these are currently open, and I'm very pleased to share with the House that 2 more will be opening their doors later this year. We have the world's best pathway for someone to access evidence-based medication for an opioid addiction through the Virtual Opioid Dependency Program, a program that has been spearheaded here in Alberta, the envy of every other jurisdiction in Canada and the Western world when it comes to access to opioid agonist therapy. The program has been expanded under our government to provide immediate same-day access to evidence-based treatment medication, no cost, no waitlist anywhere in Alberta. And of course, this program and others are the sort of thing that we can do with good data and evidence as would be collected from CORE and its ability to look at research internationally. Of course, I want to highlight the removal of the $1,240 a month user fee for accessing addiction treatment, making services free and accessible to every Albertan, no matter who you are or the state of life you find yourself in when you're suffering from that addiction. Mr. Speaker, these are evidence-based policies that are making a difference in the lives of Albertans. The VODP, for example, is working with 8,000 Albertans currently on any given day to deliver its programming for evidence-based medication. 125 Albertans at any one given time are being treated in recovery communities in Red Deer and Lethbridge, not to mention the hundreds that pass through their doors and receive treatment and have graduated from the program. Thousands more, Mr. Speaker, are addressing detox and treatment in other facilities across the province. So to be clear, Mr. Speaker, the alternative to CORE, the alternative to an evidence-based policy-making regime, the alternative to the Alberta recovery model is one that leaves in place what we've inherited as a society, one model that is not thoroughly based in evidence and one that does not truly appreciate the pain and suffering of leaving someone to stagnate in addiction instead of pulling them out, or to leave them in a mental health challenge without the ability to have them live a fulfilled life in spite of those symptoms. Mr. Speaker, with that, I'd like to close my opening speech, and I'm happy to respond in my closing speeches to any other points brought up by members in the debate.
Honourable members, the Honourable Minister of Mental Health and Addiction has moved third reading of Bill 17, Canadian Centre for Recovery Excellence Act. Is there anyone else wishing to join in the debate? The Honourable Member for Calgary, Buffalo.
Very much. I too want to address this, my first time addressing this in third reading. I do not share the optimism of the minister. I do not share that there is only one the alternative to treatment, as he has proposed, is disorganization and it sounds like ultimate death for people. That's not what we have, Mr. Speaker. We have a collection of approaches that we are learning from all the time. And the minister is talking about the recovery model of that they're proposing that CORE will research and do more evidence-based work around. Well, there's more than the recovery model out there, Mr. Speaker. I know that we have excellent service providers across this province, across this nation, and we are in a process of trying to figure out what the best approach is. In this 21-page act, there are a number of issues I have with it going through, and I'll take some time to identify those now, Mr. Speaker. I think that this bill gives too much total power to the minister, and he can direct the CEO and the chief science officer and the board, in fact, and I'll point those parts out in this bill, the way he wishes. He can dictate what they do, how they do it, and frankly, that's not a best practice. Mr. Speaker, when I was the Minister of Finance under AGLC, which was under the ministry, there was research conducted around addictions and alcoholism in particular, and probably now cannabis. But that was done, Mr. Speaker, by giving grant money to academics across the province who worked to find out the actual situation with regard to alcoholism, and they would propose policy, Mr. Speaker. They would propose, they would conduct research, and they would share that information with AGLC. And then AGLC would use that information to better enhance the service provision to the people who are providing, selling alcohol across the province. And so what I'm suggesting, Mr. Speaker, is there's another way to do this, and it doesn't have to be the creation of this core, which reminds me very much, Mr. Speaker, like I think it's called the Canadian Centre for Energy, but most people know it by its more familiar name, the Energy War Room. Mr. Speaker, the blatant missteps that center has taken in the number of years they've been existed, would be numerous, Mr. Speaker. And they, out of the gate, they had numerous problems, and they continue to have problems. So the $30 million annually that go towards that, many people see as a significant, huge waste. The Canadian Centre for Energy and this Canadian Centre for Recovery Excellence, they mimic each other in that regard, Mr. Speaker, the Canadian centres and all that. I would like to focus on a few of the things many of the things that are problematic here. For instance, just on page 5 of this mandate and activities, providing provincial, national, international leadership on I, and then II is recovery-oriented systems for providing services to individuals with mental health and addiction issues. As I said, research and evaluating the outcomes and publishing that and having it peer evaluated in journals is important, but that doesn't require a center, Mr. Speaker. As I said, the academics that were given grants to research alcoholism did all of that on their own, and they stayed in their own institutions at the University of Alberta and the University of Lethbridge and other places. They convinced their peers across the world that they were policy experts, and they understood both what should be done to have effective approaches to dealing with alcoholism. As I said, AGLC funded that research, and it didn't require setting up of a center like we're seeing right now. And Mr. Speaker, I'll just go on to talk about how it's under, I guess, 3D, supporting the development of evidence-based clinical practice guidelines and documents for use by persons providing services to individuals with mental health and addiction issues. But we know that's within the narrow scope of what this minister just talked about, and that narrow scope is within the recovery-oriented program delivery approaches. Mr. Speaker, there are more approaches to dealing with addictions and mental health than the narrow scope that this minister has talked about, and having evidence-based clinical practice guidelines developed on that narrow scope alone is not entirely helpful, not helpful at all. On to page 9, the minister may make an order requiring the board to exercise any powers or perform any other duties or functions relating to the mandate and activities of the center identified by the minister. So the minister can essentially get involved with the whole of this center, and the powers and duties and functions of the board can be usurped by the minister at any point. It's ironic, Mr. Speaker, that that's in the section called Powers and Duties and Functions of the Board, when the kicker is that anything identified by the minister can change anything that the board or the board or the executive leadership have put in place. Approval of the budget. Again, you can see where the board's work can be amended by instructions and from the minister within a time set by the minister. So it seems to be, again, problematic. I don't think it's normal activity within the kind of boards that I understand that a minister can reach in and change everything, presumably on a whim. Again, under plans, we see that the minister can submit plans for research, change those plans for research, and I just want to take a moment to talk about what I see here as a potential problem, and that being confirmation bias, Mr. Speaker. So confirmation bias is a phrase that talks about a tendency for people to favor information that confirms or strengthens their belief or values and is difficult to dislodge once it's affirmed. And the simplest way to avoid that confirmation bias is to look at a belief you hold and search out ways in which you could be wrong rather than ways in which you could be right. I don't know how many times I've stood here in this House and heard people from the other side talk about how right they are about the Alberta recovery model and how everything else done by doctors, by professional therapists, by others across this province and elsewhere in provinces like BC and Ontario or at the federal level are wrong. That really the Alberta recovery model is the one that will be best practice for the entire country. The bias that's in that statement is obviously quite bold and easy to identify. So I think, Mr. Speaker, that what is in the best interests of all people is that we look at all sorts of approaches, try and understand and evaluate them to see what has greater efficacy, and then follow that, Mr. Speaker, as opposed to being told over and over again that the Alberta recovery model is the one that all people need to follow. In fact, one young woman named Ophelia did not follow the Alberta recovery model. She challenged it and took through legal counsel the province or the HS, I'm not sure, anyway, to court, and said that the services she was getting from her doctor would keep her alive, and if she were required to follow the direction that was given to addictions counselors through medication, that she would be dead today. So there's different approaches, is what I'm trying to say, that have efficacy and not just one. And I'm concerned that CORE is only going to use the one approach in dealing with Albertans who have addictions and mental health issues. And Mr. Speaker, from my previous life as a social worker, I know that people can't be fit into one box. They deserve a unique approach each and every time, certainly with methods and abilities to work with that person's strengths, but also to understand that they're coming to addictions professionals for assistance, and to be told there's only one way that they can move through that program is a disservice to them, Mr. Speaker. I want to point out a few other problems I have with this act that's before us. The minister, I understand, in the chief executive officer, and I don't know specifically about the science officer, I think it's the case as well, that both those individuals have been appointed. And the information here under page 12 says, after considering any recommendations of the board, they may be appointed by the minister, and I think they're already there. And I'm not sure there's a board at this time. Perhaps the minister can tell me if he's jumped the gun or not in that regard. Continue to go through a few more things. It just looks like if you go under page 14, orders, and then also under orders 2C, that the minister can request any records, make copies of records of individuals and their personal information. It just sounds unusual to me, Mr. Speaker, and not something I've seen in other acts, and is a concern to me. It should be a concern to individuals who are in getting treatment and providing their information to entities connected to CORE. Lastly, I will say that this has been a highly difficult area for Albertans to get their heads around in terms of the issues affecting those with addictions problems. But I think the most important thing we have to remember is the goal of keeping people alive until they can get better. And part of that keeping people alive, of course, is the supervised consumption services on a bricks and mortar basis that I understand across this country since 2017 to late 2023, these sites have received 4.5 million visits, Mr. Speaker, from almost 400,000 people. And there have been 53,000 overdoses, but not one person in a bricks and mortar facility for supervised consumption has died. That's not the case with people who don't have access. Even though the minister has talked about VODP, there are many people who have perished in this province, in this country, and still today, 5 Albertans die each day to opioid poisoning, and we need to correct that, and standalone facilities like the ones I mentioned are part of that solution. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Are there others? The Honourable Member for Cypress, Medicine Hat.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to speak on a topic that is very near and dear and close to my heart, as well as to many other Albertans. That's mental health and addiction. Bill 17, the Canadian Centre for Recovery Excellence Act, holds a deeply personal connection for me, as I've witnessed firsthand the devastating impact of mental health struggles on individuals and their families. I watched as close family members and friends struggled with the challenges of mental illness. I saw the toll it took and continues to take on my family, my friends, the relationships, and the everyday lives of Albertans. Mental health and addiction issues can deeply impact Alberta families and affect many of us in profound ways, whether it's dealing with the trauma of loss, of losing someone to suicide, or seeing a family torn apart while one of the members are in the thralls of addiction. Mr. Speaker, oftentimes people who are struggling with mental health and addiction feel isolated, but we know that no Albertan is an island. No Albertan is alone, and our government is committed to providing the resources necessary to help make sure that everyone has the help and resources they need, when and where they need it. Along with this, there's struggles that we can only reach by working together. They're affecting every aspect of people's lives, and they don't know where to turn. While helping friends and family members with their struggles, to understand the immense importance of access to quality mental health care and supportive services, it's become all too real in my life. Mr. Speaker, I've never been shy of sharing my family's experience with the loss of my aunt and with the struggles my grandfather had with alcoholism. But it goes farther. With friends who had their families absolutely torn apart, kicked out of their own house because of the way they got, because they felt they had nowhere to turn to for real help with their alcoholism. There would be times when I would have to, at 2 o'clock in the morning, go to my friend's house to pick up his wife and child because he went on an absolute alcohol-infused rage and trashed their house. They had no one to turn to, and he had no help that was available to him. This bill, Mr. Speaker, in someone's life can be the difference between despair and hope, between isolation and connection, between darkness and light. That's why, even in my own riding, I continue to hold mental health summits to make sure that we're building a community support network around those that are hurting. Ensuring that we close and address gaps of service that are needed. And I look to some success that's come from this with the Medicinet Family Services. It's a great example of an organization who identified a gap from the feedback of these summits. And they actually came up with a program and are now funded to address suicide prevention in Medicine Hat. That is why I'm so passionate about supporting initiatives like Bill 17. This legislation represents a beacon of hope for those that are struggling, offering a lifeline to recovery and healing. CORE would be Canada's first research centre focused on recovery, which is why it's needed on a local, provincial, and national level. The centre would be an expert resource on recovery, with access to new and expanded evidence that will advance the Alberta recovery model. Alberta is a leader in recovery-oriented care in Canada and much of North America, and the Alberta recovery model is gaining international recognition. Our government has been working tirelessly to develop a model that is not only effective but also compassionate and available to all Albertans. Mr. Speaker, our government's commitment to mental health and addiction services is unwavering. Budget 2024 included significant investments in mental health care, including initiatives like the $5 million to establish the Canadian Centre for Recovery Excellence, which would be established if Bill 17 is passed. Additionally, Mr. Speaker, we've made significant strides over the past 5 years to expand and improve mental health and addiction care in our province. And it's vitally important, Mr. Speaker. The Centre for Addiction and Mental Health shows that 50% of Albertans, or 50% of Canadians, under the age of 40 have struggled with or will struggle with mental health by the time they reach 40. 1 in 5 Canadians currently are struggling with mental health issues and addiction. And by adding more than 10,000 publicly funded addiction treatment spaces throughout the province, we can take steps to addressing this. We can also take steps by removing the financial barriers to recovery, including the $40 a day user fee. We can do it by building 11 recovery communities throughout the province, 2 of which are already open and treating clients. We can do it by providing same-day access to evidence-based medications through the virtual opioid dependency program, no matter where someone is located in Alberta, and expanding options for counseling and mental health supports throughout the province. In closing, Mr. Speaker, I urge all members of this chamber to join in supporting Bill 17. The stories that I share of my family and friends' struggles can be heard echoing through our communities across Alberta, as this is something that does not affect one select group of people, but our entire communities as a whole. Let us stand together with those who are struggling, offer them the support and compassion they deserve. Together we can build a future where no one is left behind and where every Albertan has the opportunity to live a life of dignity, fulfillment, recovery, and wholeness, where families are reunited and built together and not left with the holes of loss. Thank you.
Are there others? Seeing none, I am prepared to call on the Honourable Minister to close debate. Honourable members, the Honourable Minister of Mental Health and Addiction has moved third reading of Bill 17, Canadian Centre of Recovery Excellence Act. All those in favour of the motion for third reading, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, please say no. No. In my opinion, the ayes have it. That motion is carried and so ordered.
Bill 17, Canadian Centre of Recovery Excellence Act, is now read a third time.
The Honourable, the Deputy Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we adjourn the Assembly until tomorrow, Wednesday, at 1:30 p.m.
Honourable members, having heard the motion as proposed by the Deputy Government House Leader, all those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, please say no. In my opinion, the ayes have it. That motion is carried and so ordered, and the House stands adjourned until tomorrow at 1:30 p.m.